Ms. Kachani, will you read us out of closed?
Yes, I will. I move that the Roanoke County School Board come out of closed session for the following: to discuss ongoing personnel matters under investigation pursuant to the personnel exemption at 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia, and to discuss the investigation of a student matter pursuant to the scholastic record exemption at 2.2-3711A2 of the Code of Virginia, and for consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members pertaining to actual or probable litigation, and consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to 2.23711A7 of the Code of Virginia. I also move to certify to the best of each member's knowledge only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by the school board.
I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Item 2.03, action from closed session.
I move to hold the recommendation for expulsion in abeyance and place student 2023-2024, number 6, in alternative placement, and authorize the superintendent to develop a contract stipulating the conditions by which the student must abide, including conditions for re-entry to the regular school setting.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Item 3.01, request of letter of support for Virginia Western Biotechnology Lab School. Mr. Mike Riley.
I'll get this started. Yeah, thank you, John. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, members of the board. So we, as you know, have been working with Virginia Western Community College and also in partnership with Roanoke County Schools to set up a really new, exciting program for our students and students in the area. This is going to be a biotechnology lab school. And the way lab schools work is the higher education institution has to put in the application. They run the program in partnership with K-12. And so this is something that we're putting in an application for. Been working really hard. I know Mr. Riley and Ms. Sauls in science have been working really hard, working with Virginia Western as well as Botetourt and getting the language correct. We did learn on Monday, it's a bit of a moving target in terms of the state requirements for the application. We learned just Monday that this requires a letter of support from our school board chair. So Mr. Rodgers, if you could give a quick overview of just what the lab school setup is going to look like, and then we'll ask you to consider that recommendation.
Right. The plan as it is right now would be students would start in this laboratory school where they take a half day at Virginia Western Community College and a half day back in their base school, starting their junior year. So it's basically a 2-year program that Western has mapped out that is linked to what's called the base certification. That's the biotechnician assistant's credentialing exam. So the students would be prepared to take that exam and have the ability to have an entry-level job in the biotech field or pursue higher education in that when they complete the program. So we've mapped it out to where we know they can still get an advanced studies diploma, could still pursue an associate's degree through dual enrolled other high school classes and things like that. So we're really excited about this opportunity. One of the nice things is because we're applying this as a lab school, if it's approved by the state would cover the funding for the duration of that application. So students wouldn't have to pay tuition, book fees, anything like that as they're going through the Western program. So as Dr. Nicely said, on Monday we found out that we need a letter of support. So at this time, staff requests that the school board take action to authorize the board chair to sign a letter of support for Virginia Western Biotechnology Lab School.
I have language. If you
Yeah, I'll
want
do
to
it.
say that. Yes.
I move to authorize the chairman to sign a letter of support endorsing the proposed Virginia Western Biotechnology Lab School in partnership with Virginia Western Community College.
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Greenway. Mr. Linden.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Clemens.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Kachani.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Exciting news. Item 4.01, solar power pilot project discussion. Mr. Todd Kegels.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Good afternoon, everybody. So we've been discussing solar now and actually researching solar for over a year. And at the conclusion of our last meeting, I think some members of the board asked specifically for some guest speakers who had firsthand experience with solar, both through an ownership model and power purchase agreements. And to that end, we have Catherine Lynn, who is the Director of Facilities and Operations for Arlington Public Schools. We have Donovan O'Brien, who's the Executive Director of Operations for Culpeper County Public Schools. And we have Zach Campbell and possibly David Wall with Affordable Energy Concepts. They're, I believe, the solar vendor for Culpeper County Public Schools. And so what I'd like to do is just turn it over to Catherine for a minute and let her kind of describe to you what their experiences are and have been. And then if you have questions for her, she's ready to answer those. So Catherine, can you sort of share your experiences with us?
Sure. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of the school board, superintendent. Thank you for having me here. We'd like to share our experience with solar. We started on our solar journey, I would say probably back in 2012. So with just test cases at various schools, very small solar systems. The first solar array that was substantial was at our newest high school, which was about a 90 kW system at Wakefield High School. And then our next system was installed at Discovery Elementary in 2015. And that is about a 0.5 megawatt of solar array. It is also the very first net zero school in the Mid-Atlantic area that we opened in 2015. And it continues to operate as a net zero school, meaning the amount of power that's produced at that school in over 1 year covered.
Sure when they get back, if they all drop or what's happening.
It usually lasts about 30 seconds. We'll see.
Starting in 2019 through a power purchase agreement contract. Our power purchase agreement contract is with SunTribe Solar, which is they are based out of Charlottesville, Virginia, and they've been an excellent firm to work with. The reason we pursued solar power purchase agreements is during that time, construction costs started increasing significantly, and we did not think that we could add solar to our new facilities within our budget, our school board defined budget. So as an opportunity, we looked into solar power purchase agreements, and the beauty of these arrangements is that the solar vendor will install the array at very little to no upfront cost for a school system. There are certain conditions. Your roof has to be in good standing order. There has to be significant warranty available on that roof, so about 20 years, and the solar power purchase contractor will come and investigate prior to signing that agreement. So we basically set aside 5 schools for the power purchase contractor to look at to see if they would be good candidates for the power purchase agreement. We went ahead with that first phase and we installed solar arrays at our next couple schools. Alice West Fleet is our second net zero school that opened in 2019, and it's the first one with our solar power purchase agreement. And then we continue to install solar arrays at Washington Liberty High School, Kenmore Middle School, Jefferson Middle School, Tuckahoe Elementary, and we have an Abingdon Elementary. And we are finally in our kind of last phase where we have our third net zero school that hopefully will start, they're starting to install the arrays actually as we speak. And I guess in our experience, so I will share my bias. I am a huge solar proponent. We've seen significant cost savings and also energy reductions when we've partnered solar with, our school portfolio of buildings. So at Discovery Elementary, like I mentioned, it is our first net zero school. We own that array. So we own all the power that's generated. at that school. And I will tell you that our overall utility costs, all inclusive, electricity, Discovery does not have natural gas because it's a net zero school, and water, the utility cost for our net zero school is 1/10 the operating cost for a traditional elementary school. So typically our elementary school's utility cost on average range annually about $100,000 to about $130,000 a year for each elementary school. We have 25 elementary schools. Discovery's utility costs for water, we do have a small electricity cost because it's called a standby fee that Dominion Energy charges us. Our overall utility cost for Discovery is less than $15,000 a year. And so when you operate a school, like many of us do, for at least 20 years, the savings are significant. With our solar power purchase agreement, we do pay for the cost of the solar generation. What we were very fortunate enough when we negotiated our contract is at that time we were able to negotiate for our first phase of schools, a fixed rate 20-year contract with the solar power purchase contractor. So we were able to fix an electricity rate for the solar generation that is right now about 4 cents per kilowatt hour lower than the current utility rate that we pay for electricity, which is significant over 20 years. I guess I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sure. Do you guys have questions for Catherine? Okay, Donovan, Catherine, thank you. We appreciate your time this morning.
Yeah, I do have a question.
Hold on one second. Sorry.
So thank you again for your time and for being here. We really appreciate it. So you had mentioned Discovery Elementary, which is 2015. That's your net zero. That's operating 1/10 the cost. Do you feel that if you, in 2019, you went into that power purchase agreement with Solar Power, that company, moving forward, will you continue to do your power purchase agreements? Or if you had the money, would you go ahead and try to recreate what you had at Discovery Elementary with that net zero building?
That's a really good question. So the upside of owning your own solar, like you said, is that you own all the power that's generated and then you feed it back into the grid and you can, it's possible that Dominion will, I should pause. Is Dominion your local utility provider?
No, it's AEP.
Okay, so you do have a difference. So it depends on your utility provider and what interconnection agreement you can sign with them. But in Dominion, we're able to possibly, if we produce more than we use in a year, we can share it with other campuses if we sign an agreement with Dominion. So that's an advantage for us if you own the array. The beauty of not owning the array and entering into a solar power purchase agreement is that for 20 years, the power purchase vendor will inspect, maintain, and repair that array because it's critical to them because it generates their revenue. And as you know, for most school systems, one of our biggest hurdles is having enough resources for good maintenance of equipment. So, that's a beauty and an advantage of a power purchase agreement. But what we had done for the arrays that we do own is that we recognized that solar technology was still, back in 2015 and 13, fairly new for our school system in-house maintenance folks. So we asked our design and construction folks to enter into an agreement for a 20-year agreement with the installer contractor for solar to also maintain our system. So I guess we have the best of both worlds for owning it because we also have a third party maintaining it under our construction agreement. But that's one of the biggest hurdles if you do own your own system is who will maintain that for the life cycle of that system. Because while solar is actually, if it's installed well, it does have probably lower maintenance costs. You do have to inspect it on an annual basis. And you do have to make sure you're checking all the connections. And so we've had very little maintenance issues with any of our solar, but it is nice having a third-party expert come in to do that kind of, to do that kind of work.
So do you know how much they charge you as that third party to come and do that work?
So we don't get charged.
You don't-
So
okay.
for power purchase agreement, it's part of our agreement, it's part of our payment to them as part of the energy costs, which is still very attractive to us because we pay less to the power purchase contractor than we do to our local utility. And for the 2 arrays that we own,
Yes.
it was built into our construction contract. However, I will say responsiveness is much better under a power purchase agreement in terms of if you notice things aren't producing properly, right? So we have dashboards to see how our panels are producing. And, you know, when we see the ones that we own, you know, if an inverter goes down or something's not communicating, we do call that third party out, but sometimes it may take longer for them to be responsive to come on site because we've already kind of paid them up front. Whereas in a power purchase agreement contract, we're paying them every month for the power production. They will probably notice first before we do if an inverter's not reporting and they're getting less generation off that array. And so they will actually call us and say, can we make an appointment to come on site to take a look because we've noticed something's not working properly. So those are the, you know, benefits and disadvantages. And I didn't answer your question, would we prefer to own our arrays? I would say yes, but I would caveat it as, yes, we would prefer to own our arrays if we could work out an agreement that a third party could maintain it.
Right, that's what I was wondering. So the cost to maintain, you built that into the contract. I was like, be interesting to know if there was a guesstimate on how much it would cost to maintain. But then again, you have the size of the buildings and a lot of other factors there. So probably hard to pinpoint. All right, thank you. Thank you.
So has there been a cost-benefit analysis done for the ones that are owned versus the ones that you essentially lease?
Yes, we can actually, I don't have the entire figures for you, but like I said, with the ones that we own, and Discovery is our biggest example because that's a full array for our school, is that it's 1/10 of the cost to operate. For the ones that we have a power purchase agreement, the cost is not 1/10, but I would have to ask, I would reach out to our energy manager, but it's still lower because we
See, that's the key.
estimated the cost for our power purchase agreement versus then not having solar at all. And we estimated savings of like $5 million, you know, over the lifetime, which is significant.
For just one or all of them?
No, for all our school,
Okay, yeah.
we have seven schools
schools.
right now for power purchase. And that's over a lifetime, so that's 20 years, but that's significant in your utility costs.
800,000.
So we have a total of 40 facilities that we own.
20.
So our utility budget's, you know, substantial for our school system, and I'm sure you probably feel that as well, especially with electricity prices increasing.
I have one more question, of course. Do you have a number for the credits that you've earned through Dominion? Because you could, if you generate enough energy, you can then sell that energy or move it somewhere else. Do you have any idea how much extra energy you're generating?
We do. We have not taken advantage of sharing the excess energy we produce at Discovery with our neighboring middle school, only because we just wanted to make sure we were covering the needs of the elementary school first. So we have not done that, and in the power purchase agreement, we cannot share that power.
Yeah.
So Dominion does not recognize that. They only recognize it for your owner-owned solar.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, Donovan, would you mind sharing your experiences?
Should we let Ms. Linda go?
Yeah, Catherine, I
Thank
think,
you so much.
yeah, thank you for your time. And if board members don't have anything else for Catherine, then we don't want to take any more of your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and feel free to reach out. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thanks for having me, and I'm more than happy to kind of explain a little bit about what we went through in terms of our process for acquiring solar power and the fact that we did purchase our panels We did kind of evaluate a couple of options of how we looked at this process. We did get quotes from SunTribe, Convert Solar, and as well as Affordable Energy Solutions, who's present here today, with Zach Campbell. Hi, Zach. Glad to have him here as well. So what we did back in December of 2021, we do have a career and technical building that was built with the express purpose of adding solar to it. In other words, the way the building was placed on the lot was done in such a way that we could really capitalize on the southern sky in an effort to get as much solar energy as we could. We added roughly 1,200 panels at a cost of about $244,000. Along with inverters and optimizers, that was an additional $91,000. The roof panel itself has about 1,100 panels, and then we have a training array that's close to 40 panels that are outside for students to work on directly. The CTEC system that we have in place, we do have monitoring software that we can see how it's doing, how it's producing. And at peak, we produce 548 kilowatts at peak. Utilizing each solar panel is 450 watts that we have built in. We do have a couple of advantages because we own them. One of them is we get the solar renewable energy credits that we actually sell on the market. And for example, last year we sold 854 credits that totaled the school division receiving close to $35,000.
Wow.
Now, keep in mind, we contracted that with the broker, so they also got their cut as well. We could actually go on the market and sell it ourselves, but we opted to give it to the professionals who manage that for us. So it's a tremendous resource to have that additional money coming in by selling those credits. We also generate more than enough electricity for our facility itself. And in fact, we had the intent when we purchased the number of panels that we do of adding things like charging stations for e-buses as well as white fleet electric vehicles. So that all is in future works as well as we started to engineer and put into place all of these panels on this building. We did have to enter into an agreement. One of the things that was brought to my attention was that we were producing so much electricity going back to the grid. We had to have something in writing, some kind of agreement to determine exactly how that's going to be accounted for. So it's not a PPA, but it is an agreement where Rappahannock Electric Company, the company that we deal with, the co-op, is going to pay us for the electricity that we get back at a fraction of course, what it costs as wholesale. Between January and June of 2023, we sent back 203 megawatts back to the grid, and that's just for half a year. So as you imagine, we're still waiting to see how much that's going to be, but it does make a big difference to get that money back, the overproduction, as well as SREC credits to offset the initial cost and what was invested in the technology at the time and the ownership that we have. We do have the 10-year service plan with Zach and AEC. They conduct quarterly inspections of the equipment. They provide maintenance as needed. I know Zach can talk about that as well, but I heard Catherine talk a little bit about having that warranty, having that services. It did cost us a bit to add that into the purchasing agreement, but the reality is we want that warranty. We want to make sure that the panels are producing efficiently and effectively, and having that maintenance agreement just makes it all worth it. We do have that, again, that monitoring system. We have that for 5 years, and we'll probably extend that with AEC. That's a great learning tool. Kids all over the county, it's an open website that they can go in, they can see how much energy is being produced, and see how it differs from day to day based on the amount of sun that we're receiving, or how it looks from spring to summer to fall to winter. So all those things help us use this as a tool for education as much as for generating power. That's kind of what I have to run down, unless you have really specific questions or something I can answer.
Go ahead.
Did I understand you correctly that you bought your system, 12 panels, I believe you said, 240? Was that wrong?
It's 1,218 solar panels at a cost of $244,000. That's how
Okay.
much the panels cost.
Well, I was off a couple panels, but the cost I had correctly. So 244,000, and then I didn't, you were going pretty quick, 91,000 for something
The
else.
inverters and the
Okay.
optimizers.
So you had, is that an all-in price at
That
335,000?
is not negative. That's not the all-in price. With the size of this building, we had to do a rack system as well to mount them. And we had to do some, what I would call the backside, some power connections. One of the other things that we kind of contend with is we didn't purchase what I would call battery backup. In other words, we're only generating power when the sun's out. When the sun goes down and it's out, then we basically trip over to electricity being provided by REC. And of course, that's after dark, it's after the school's closed, other than some nighttime activities. That unto itself, though, comes from the grid, from REC, and they also charge you connection fees and a couple of other things.
Would I be,
But all that really is zero in the end once we get our agreement, when they pay us back for all the extensive electricity we sent back to the grid, if that makes sense.
so safe to say an all-in price in the 400K? 500K?
Oh, yeah.
400K, 500, 400, okay.
In terms of, depending on what you need, now this building, when it was priced out,
How many square
all
feet?
that we did for the solar project was $792,000.
All right.
Donovan, do you-
That does
Sorry, go
include a
ahead.
lot of additional things that we had to do with the building. So again, every situation is gonna be different.
Well, sure, so,
Depending on the building that you're putting it on and the number of panels you plan to use. What I wanted to just point out is the panels themselves, the inverters and the optimizers really is the core of what you pay for to get those panels into place and start them producing electricity.
okay, so let's back up, because I'm really confused. What is what was the all-in price? You said now 792, is that for a separate facility?
No, 792 is for this facility.
Okay.
And that includes a host of things that we had done.
Okay, so
For
that's,
example, you may not need, because this was a new building, new construction, new things that we had to do to make the solar work, if you will.
okay, so 792, how many square feet?
Panels or the building?
No, I'm sorry, in the building that you're generating the electricity for.
Zach, would you know that off the top of your head?
I think they're half the size of what we plan on building for our CTE center, just about maybe 30% or 40, yeah,
Guys,
40% less.
maybe like an associated question that might give us a better guide is, what's the capacity of the system?
That was, in terms of electricity, that was the amount that I gave you of the 548.1 kilowatt hours of peak.
Okay, so that's
It's the
about,
amount of electricity
it's a
that would
little
produce.
bit more than half of what we were proposing for Cape Spring High
That's-
School.
that's what I was thinking, yeah.
860.
All right, so half. So you're saying,
And Catherine just talked about her elementary school being 91 kilowatts per hour, kilowatts peak.
I think what's impressive to me, Tim, is that they're generating in revenue from this? $35,000, you said, was that about last year? That in credit, or that you were able to kick back? And that was after your costs of the other little things, maybe when the lights were not, the panels weren't working because it was dark or it was cloudy. And that's pretty impressive.
But you bought your system, right? You didn't lease it, you didn't do a PPEA for 25 years, all that stuff. You bought your system.
That is correct.
Okay,
With the 10-year service plan.
and that makes sense.
Yes, and again, that's part of that 792.
Yeah.
So
So that
was-
includes your maintenance and the service and everything. And then the other question I had for you, and when we were visiting Culpeper, I was really impressed by the full circle effect, that you've got students who then are maybe being trained for solar or working with the solar company. Is that true, or is that still ongoing?
That is, and I know Zach can also again speak to that as well, because we heavily involved our students in the process, and we still do today. Our CTEC Center is, we have so many of the trades and different things. We teach electronics, we teach electricity. We are starting to assist our students getting on the cutting edge of this kind of technology by having those panels outside that they can touch and they can manipulate, and they can, practice, hooking up inverters and doing all the things that, when you go out to hire folks, these skills are already going to be embedded in some of our workers that complete their training.
I think that's pretty neat.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I have to ask you the same question that I asked our last person. If you had to do it again, would you do it this way, or would you do your, the purchase plan agreement, or what was that
Lease,
called?
lease.
The power purchase agreement contract. Although you never did a power purchase agreement contract, but if,
They're selling
I think
directly
he's
with a broker.
frozen.
Yeah, it looks like he don't, yeah.
When they selling with a broker, didn't they say they were selling direct with a broker?
Through their power, yeah.
But,
Sorry, Donovan, we missed you. Would you go back and repeat yourself? I'm sorry, we lost you for about 30 seconds.
Okay. We did have Dominion, we did talk to Dominion, and the subsidy of Dominion came out, and kind of did a presentation for us about adding solar to some of our school buildings, or our high school, as well as our middle school, with the idea that, kind of similar to what was already mentioned by Catherine, with the idea of, hey, we just pay them, they handle everything, they do the maintenance, they do the install. But the big disadvantage is they're taking your SRAC credits, excuse me, and those credits I think are worth having, and having them, selling them on the market and utilizing that extra feature, as well as selling electricity back to the grid. By owning them, you get that right, you get that option becomes available to you. But it's really a matter of ensuring you have that warranty, that you have trust in your installers, you have a relationship with your installers. We have a great relationship with Zach and AEC, and we know when we were overproducing power, they were there to assist us and help us negotiate that with REC, Rappahannock Electric, for us to figure out how are we going to account for all the excess electricity that we're sending back to the grid, and how do we capitalize on that. So it behooves you to do it, but again, it's going to depend on what your building's going to need as to how large you engineer it. One thing I know with Zach, when I looked at it, was we kind of over-engineered, because we were producing so much electricity and sending so much back to the grid. I kind of got concerned, like, well, maybe we should turn off half of them, or do something so that we're not sending back so much electricity, because we didn't want to violate any net meter laws by doing that. At which time they made it clear, well, sign this agreement, we come up with an agreement, figure out how we could pay you for it, then you wouldn't have to worry about that. So we did do that with Zach until we could come up with a better system of basically utilizing everything that we're producing in-house. And we're, as you probably are all familiar with, all the grants with electric buses, we're looking at that and seeing if we can add some more electric buses and charging stations over at that location so we can, again, capitalize on more of that production.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is there anything that Zach and AEC would like to add since they're here?
Yeah, sure. I can address some things, and I appreciate y'all inviting us to this meeting. So yeah, we were the solar installers for Culpeper's C-Tech trade school, and it was a new construction project, like Donovan mentioned. And so there were some kind of unpredictable metrics. The way we approached the project, it was put out for hard bid situation. And so we bid on it as it was designed by the architects and engineers. And we were a low bid on the project. And one of the things we wanted to bring into the project, because it is such a new facility, they're doing a great job at working their trade students into the programs and finding careers for them really in the future. We wanted to focus on that grade school aspect and provide some educational training options during the install. So one of the things we did was actually utilize some of the students that were at the facility as interns on the project. And later at the end of the job, we ended up hiring them at the end of their high school careers. So we have two students that went to Culpeper High School that are actually working with our company currently full time. And so that's been really good. One of the things we've enjoyed working with Culpeper is it's hard to find educated solar people just out on the streets. So having a facility that kind of pipeline those students into companies like ourselves has been a very good thing. It was a very good project. I think it's going to end up paying dividends for the county. Some of the other projects we've done are Bluestone Elementary in Harrisonburg City Public Schools. We set up a classroom experience for those individuals, as well as some solar trailers that can be distributed around different campuses for different educational purposes. We've actually worked on the Roanoke gas facility in Roanoke. We did all of Bath County school system back in 2016, essentially brought them net zero. We did the school's largest community solar farm in the state at the time for Arc Electric Cooperative. We've done solar for Department of Game and Inland Fisheries, Rockbridge High School, Central Virginia Community College. And overall, what we found is for schools, solar can be a very good thing. Not only can it reduce your operational expenses, but it also provides this avenue for additional education. But I think what that really boils down to is finding a qualified installer that is going to be there for the lifetime of the system. Because one of the things that you all seem to have some concern over is the maintenance aspects of it. And that differs quite a bit between PPA and cash purchases. I'll briefly touch on the differences in those. Cash purchase, obviously everything up front. So one of the things I would highly recommend to you all as potential purchasers of a solar system is to go ahead and formulate a plan for that maintenance agreement up front. Being a school board, you're obviously working on year-to-year budgets, and so it can be hard to plan for a maintenance expense over the lifetime of the system. So I would highly recommend, if you are allocating a budget to the purchase of solar, to go ahead and plan for that with a cash purchase. And that's what we've done for Culpeper, and I think it's worked out very well. And we are the operation and maintenance company providers for that. And so we install the system, we're already aware of how it operates, and we can provide that for the lifetime. A PPA agreement, also a great option. Kind of a quick top-down summary of a PPA is it's a good avenue if you don't necessarily have that money in hand to purchase the system. It can still provide payback in the long run. It's kind of a more low risk, no money down avenue, and where you're basically just paying for the power that solar system on your roof can produce. And the way that's typically handled is we will source national investors.
And pause. We'll be back. Well, it's no brainer to buy. It's like leasing a copier. You pay $25 for a $5,000 copier.
We can make money. We can make $50,000 back.
Bring it back to a net zero.
You entertain me?
And that'll translate in the future to very significant savings. But I think either option is a good avenue. It's just kind of how it fits your school system's goals.
Thank you.
And not to interrupt, but I just want to clarify, CTEC is 50,000 square feet.
Yeah, so we're,
So is
it'd be
that-
about 30,000% more, or 30% more.
Thought we were 120 square.
Are we 120? So,
About 122 now.
oh, we're up to 122, okay. So double. So it was double. I was right the first time. Yeah,
Thank y'all.
Any other questions for these folks?
now,
Very informative.
Donovan, thank you. Zach, thank you.
Learning to us.
Thank you for
You're
your time,
welcome.
gentlemen.
Just let me know if you have any questions.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So at this point, I'm not really sure what we're asking. We need to make a decision at some point soon and move forward with it. We've been talking about it for an hour. We've heard, from folks that have firsthand experience. One thing to consider as we look at, I don't think there's any disagreement about whether or not we want to pursue solar. The question is, do we want to do it through a PPA or do we want to try to own our own panels? And it might be that we do both, right? We do some on some schools and some on others, depending on, how it works. The question is, do we have the money to be able to purchase these up front? Unless Susan is going to say something different, I think the answer is no, except perhaps in the CTE budget, there might be money there to be able to purchase panels and own them. To give you an idea, so the prices have gone up since they installed their stuff, just like everything else. And also the size of the systems we're talking about are much larger because our buildings are larger. Cave Spring High School was going to require like 860 kilowatts just to reach 85% offset, which is about as big as the roof can handle. And that system runs about $2 million or so. See, if you were to buy it up front, that's without a maintenance agreement and that kind of thing. So I don't know what the right thing is to request now. If we want to make I kind of need direction from you guys whether or not we want to. Do you want to pursue a PPA? Do you not want to do anything? Do you want to wait? Do you want us to look at owning panels at CTE? I don't think we have the budget to own panels now for Cave Spring High School, which is what we originally proposed as a pilot project. You also, the other thing they didn't mention is you have to consider the cost of capital. So if you invest $2 million, yeah, you do reap some additional savings that way, but you have to discount what you could have made on the $2 million that you invested up front. So it's a very complex discussion. To me, what's not complex is if we go with a PPA, it doesn't cost us anything. We start saving 20% now, the day they go live, and our price doesn't change for 25 years. That's with a 0% escalator, and we lock that rate in for the next 25 years.
Why are some contracts 25 years and others are 20? Their contracts seem
I
to be
think this
20.
negotiated individually. I heard him say 20. All of the proposals that we received were for 25 years. Actually, one of them was for 30 years. That's generally considered the life of the panels, even though they're still producing 85 to 90% at 25 years. That's generally considered their lifespan. So I think that's just individual to the company that's entering into the agreement with you.
Todd, if we were to go do more than just one building, would that affect the rates, lower it more?
Sun Tribe had actually originally proposed 4 schools. We looked at one because, the idea was, let's do it as a project, as a pilot and see how it goes, and then decide whether we want to go forward with installing at other schools. I don't think it will affect the rate that we're paying significantly. I think that's based on the cost of the panels, the length of the agreement, and if you spread it out to more schools, it's not, you're not really lowering their costs by doing that. There may be some economy of scale there where it reduces our rate a little bit, but I don't know. We'd have to run that by them.
And was that right about 4 cents?
Well, for us right now, the difference in what we pay AEP and what we would be paying on a PPEA would be about 2 cents a kilowatt hour.
So it's not as good. Or no, it's better.
No,
Wait, it's not as good, okay, yeah.
Because the bigger the difference, the more we say.
The fixed rate is.
Now, that's now, but the rate does not change for 25 years, whereas AEP's rates have gone up about 3% per year every year for the last 15 years. So,
The gap will get wider.
Right.
And you're saying 20% out the gate.
20%, roughly 20%, somewhere between 15 and 20% less out of the gate, and then the following year, 3% more, and 3% more, and 3% more, assuming that AEP's rates continue to rise the way they have.
My opinion would be that run this pilot program that you've invested time in, and at the same time, we should be looking into CTE, buying our own equipment for CTE and building that into our budget, especially because it's a new build. And I think if I looked at the plans and I go back, it looked like they were accounting for southern exposure and all these other variables.
It's solar ready.
And it should be solar ready. That's what we
is.
told them. So the additional cost that I think, Tim, that he was alluding to, that they had to build in to that building, they weren't thinking solar at first. So then they had to kind of switch gears. And that's why that cost was more than they thought, if I recall correctly. But since our architects already know that that's something they're interested in, I'd say we, especially with our students and the ability for them to have access to training and a pipeline for a job, and that just speaks volumes to me.
Well, I can tell you, I'm a no for PPEA. To lock up our schools for 25 years for locking into the rate, we save a few dollars, but I'm still not going to vote for a bad deal because we can't afford to pay for the panels and then recognize a huge difference in savings, even to the point that we can sell back some of those credits. So, and the easiest way for me I keep bringing up these copiers because I think everybody's kind of dealt with copiers in businesses. If that copier costs me $5,000 today, but I'll lease it for 5 years and pay $25,000, it's a bad deal, right? But if they save me $5,000 and I only pay $20,000 over that 5 years because we reduced the rate, it's still a bad deal. I'm not saying this is a bad deal. What I'm saying is we're making a decision because we don't have money. I think if it's worth it to us, we invest to see the savings come back and it'll pay for itself. And that's, there's a lot of thoughts that go into a 25-year agreement and, if it's worth it to us, we ought to be willing to invest to make that savings come back in a bigger form. I think if we do the 25-year PPEA, and again, I'm just one vote, but if we do a 25-year deal, to lend us the $2 million for the potential of what the company makes, I mean, that's why they do those leases all day long. And I'm not saying there's anything, just like when we did this in our businesses and some of the churches and stuff, it was a great deal for the leasing companies. I mean, and you just can't convince me that that's what we should do. I do like the solar idea. This is not a pitch against solar. Have we gotten other quotes from other vendors?
We have. They're all very similar
Okay.
in terms of the rate. The number that we had quoted previously was the best one we had received, but they were all very close, down to the hundredth of a cent per kilowatt hour. So they're all very close.
Yeah.
To Mr. Greenway's point, there's no doubt that you reap maximum savings by owning your own panels. There's no doubt about that. The question is, do we have the funds to be able to do that? And if we don't, do we continue to pay what we're already paying for electricity? Or do we, take an option that allows us to save some versus none?
And you take a 25-year,
That's right. And locking it in for 25 years, that's
I don't like
the-
that it's
the
25
risk.
years personally.
Do we know at what point, if we were to purchase, where we would break even on our
It's
investment?
generally considered to be 10 to 12 years, but it varies based on the size of the system and the cost of the panels at the time.
So about
That's
half the life of the
generally.
panels? You said they're usually around
About a
25
third or
years.
so. Yeah, but when they project those out, so when you get to 25 years, the panels are still producing about 80% of what they produced when they were new. So even though they say that's considered the life of the panel, you don't have to take it off at that point. You're still generating 80% of what they did when it was new. So that power is still free to you because the panels were paid for 20 years ago at that point, so.
and when you sign that 25-year agreement, what's the technology in 10 years? But you're still in that 25-year agreement. So,
It's true. Good point.
I mean, I'm telling you, you want to make a lot of money, go into copy leasing. I mean, it's a simplified approach, but, that's the reality.
I wish the fixed rate was better. It's a win, but it's not the strongest win, in my opinion. It's like, okay.
It's planning for the future, though. It's locked in for 25 years. I mean, that's an important thing to consider here. You pay exactly the same thing 25 years from now for electricity that we're paying today.
That's true.
Mr. Chairman, the PPA to me is, as Cheryl said, I think makes some sense in this project, and then we see what we might be able to do with the CTE Center. If I understood Donovan correctly, I mean, he said they made $35,000, but spent $792,000 to do that. That's 22 and a half years it took them, it would take at $35,000 a year, 22 and a half years to recoup that money. I mean, we say 10 to 12, but if they made $35,000, spending $792,000, we don't have the staff, the maintenance staff. We're going to see here later in the work session, we don't have maintenance funds to be repairing solar panels. I mean, it's a situation where to start with Cave Spring and a PPA project and see how it goes and possibly do it at the CTE Center makes the most sense to me.
It was more than $35,000. It was an additional
Absolutely.
$35,000.
Absolutely.
Right, because their energy cost was zero.
It went to zero,
Went
and
to
then they
net
said.
zero.
Yeah, that's right.
So it was probably more of a value of if it cost $120,000 for that building plus 35. So it was probably a win of $150,000 a year.
So if we looked at what we're paying, I mean, I know we've
They-
looked at
They
it,
sold the energy credits back.
but what the total we're paying at Cave Spring right now versus, I mean, we're going to save 15 to 20%. So,
I'll get it to you.
thank you.
And if I recall, the Sun Tribe presentation, they do have some educational tools involved, right?
They do, yes. The monitoring software and dashboards where you can go in and see what your building's producing and that kind of thing. And they actually have an in-classroom program where they'll send a teacher out to educate kids about solar
And would that just be used at Cave
panels.
Spring, or could they use that throughout all of our schools? That information?
We'd have to ask that question, but I don't think that was intended as just for Cave Spring High School. Now, it's not the same as what they have going on at their CTE Center in Culpeper, where they've got panels there and the kids can come out and work on them and, that sort of thing, which I think should be our goal for our CTE Center. But they do come and provide education for kids.
But Dave, you do bring up a good point. I'll break that down to residential construction because, you have to decide if solar's worth it right now too, because in a residential setting, I'd never really dealt with the solar panels, but we put one in last year, and it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $25,000, right? So what is a residential electric bill for a new house? Probably $200, $250.
How big's the house?
Depends on the time of year.
So $250. So you divide that into 25,000. How long and how many years? I mean, it's
10 years.
at least. And so, is the person even gonna be there? I don't know. It's a lot of factors, but 25 years,
It's a long time.
y'all can do it, but that's
Can I
hard
ask
for
a
me.
clarifying question, because I'm just, want to make sure I understand this correctly. So, I'm with you on leases. With a PPA, we're saving the electricity, but what are we paying, like in terms of a lease payment? That's what we're kind of thinking, right? What are we paying for a lease payment?
Nothing.
We don't pay anything for a
mean,
lease
that
payment.
is
We're-
Nothing.
We're
that
not
is the
leasing the
big thing.
panels.
Yeah.
It's
A
free.
dollar. It is.
Yeah.
It's free.
Doing a commercial over there.
It's free because they're making money on us. I mean, if that one school is net zero and they're making $35,000 on their energy credits, and that was a portion, that was a discounted rate that they got, like they got the lower half of the deal. Imagine what these solar companies are making, killing.
Oh,
There has to be an advantage.
I'm
Someone's
telling
gonna
you,
win.
it's
Were there any grants out there for
I'm sorry to be
these
the
projects if we
contrarian,
wanted
but
to
it's the
purchase?
We could certainly explore that. In terms of the federal government is offering all kinds of rebates that we can't take advantage of, but the PPEA companies can because they're private entities. So that's already factored into the cost of the PPA, the credits that they get up front. So there's rebates from the federal government. I don't know about grants. I started with that when we first started looking into that, and I was not able to find any at the time that we qualified for, but we'll certainly keep looking.
There's solar renewable credits though, right? Is that,
The renewable energy credits if
Right.
you own the
yeah,
system.
if you own the system. I don't know about grants, but.
Oh, they were trying to give us money for a school bus. Well, maybe they were.
We don't need any electricity
Has
buses.
anybody looked into windmills?
Yeah. But they're great.
Well, I'm just asking.
Hydrogen.
So, no decision has to be made today, obviously. I guess Mr. Cagle is just looking for directions, like in terms of next step. Do you want more information? We do have RFP asks, we have proposals in, but we don't have to do anything with them. Since it's at this point, he's needing direction in terms of, you want to think about this some more, sit on it, and bring it back, or?
I'd like to see us move forward with PPA, with a PPA at Cave Spring.
So, do we want to put it on the agenda for next month to vote on?
That'd be an option you have,
I mean,
right?
I think
if you're-
that would
if you-
probably be the best way to do it. That way, if anybody in the public wants to come speak, they would have that opportunity.
Sure.
Mhm.
You want to do it as like an action item, so you have more time to
Okay with
discuss it and make it a,
I think that would be the proper way to do it.
okay.
I mean, if we're not shooting it down right now.
No, I mean, I already said, I would be in favor of that pilot project to see how it goes. I'm sorry, it's 25 years, Tim. I wish it was a lot, heck of a lot shorter, but it is gonna save us a little bit of money. And we're warranted on our roof, right?
That's right.
The losses that we would take, I think, are pretty, the risk is slim to none, and their benefits are there. I just wish we had enough money to buy our own system, and so.
Bad deal's still a deal.
Well, and keep in mind that system was projected to save $1.8 million over
25
years.
Yeah, $1.8 million is still safe.
That's subtract inflation.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's put it on the agenda for next month as an action item.
And if you could, start to look more and talk to our architects about our CTE center, because that's where I really think we need to make sure that we're moving in the right direction.
Well, we have, and they're actually doing projections in terms of what a system could generate on that roof. So they are, going down those paths. We just have to decide budget-wise if you want to include, a $2 million solar system out of the $80 million budget that we have, because it affects
Big
the
ask.
other things that we're able to do.
That's a big ask at this stage, I think.
Brent, for clarification, you said next month, but you
That's
do-
what I was gonna actually,
Okay.
yeah, I keep forgetting. Today's February 1st, so,
Yeah, February 22nd,
Yes.
then is our next board meeting, so, yeah.
thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and just while you mentioned CTE centers on the agenda, so our next step with that interim agreement, we do have the board of supervisors has to, now approve it, and so we're on their agenda for February 13th to go over and make that presentation. So, and we anticipated maybe getting a question about, hey, what about the solar? So we're planning on presenting it just as we
At that
discussed
time.
here, so.
I just think 2 million is a big ask when we're trying to look at all the equipment and
But
things that we're gonna need. and-
The architects are already aware of it, though. It's in the plans.
To make the roof ready.
Yeah.
But not for the panels and all.
Yeah,
Right.
but it was like 500,
All right,
500.
we'll look at it. All right, thank you, Todd.
Not for that building, maybe for theirs, but not for that one. Sorry.
Yeah,
Very good.
we'll see. Let's hope the costs come down.
I think that's the bottom line, is that you still gotta look.
Yeah.
If it takes 10 or 12 years, is it worth it? Maybe it is.
Yeah. Well, if it's for your students, they get to train on it and then work in the industry. Got to think of it that way too.
All right, we ready?
All right.
4.02 surplus vehicles.
Yes, sir. Standard fleet replacement, rotated vehicles in, and these are the ones we're rotating out. I think there's 10 school buses on there, an older SUV, and a pickup truck. So we're requesting permission to sell those and put them up for surplus, and we'd like that to be on the consent agenda for the next meeting.
Fine.
Sounds
Sounds
good.
good to me.
Sounds good.
4.03 minor capital request, Hidden Valley High School retaining wall replacement.
I had sent you guys pictures previous of this to let you know that it was coming. The wall, it's at the baseball field over there at Hidden Valley High School. It was wood. The wood's rotten now. The posts have started to snap off. You can see there's 2 down right here in this pictures. Others have come off since then. You can kind of see this area where it looks sort of smooth right above the wall. That's kind of more recent flow down the hill there. That wall is going to come down. It's just a matter of when. And so we would like to request that we go ahead and replace that wall with a concrete block retaining wall. That's going to actually require quite a bit of excavation, digging back into the wall, installing proper drainage that wasn't installed when this wall was built originally. And we priced that out at about $60,000. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is we just returned about $60,000 back to minor capital by reducing, you guys had previously approved a sewer line project for Mountain View Elementary that we had priced out at about $100,000, but that one came back at about 40, so we returned 60 to minor capital, and if you look at it that way, it's enough to pay for the wall. But the wall really isn't optional. It really has to be replaced before it comes down. We still wouldn't be able to do it until after baseball season because it's about a 6 to 8 week project. So I'm requesting that you approve $60,000 from minor capital to replace the retaining wall at Hidden Valley High School.
Are you gonna replace it similar? I'm sorry, I was.
No, we're going to excavate that out and put a stacked concrete block retaining wall.
Is that at the baseball field?
It'll last a lot longer, concrete wall.
Hopefully forever.
Did that not have drainage behind it? I mean, I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah,
Area
it did
there.
not have proper drainage behind it.
Todd, have y'all looked at, I hate to ask this, but have you looked at the one in Vinton?
At the baseball field up there? No, is there an issue with the one event?
Well, I've been asked about it. I haven't noticed one, but I'll check it out. I'm just curious if you went around like we did with the pavement and stuff.
No, because this wasn't is this one worse or is that one worse? This one's coming down for
It
sure.
needs to be fixed. Yeah, no, I agree.
I think the whole hill's about to slide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope not.
Sounds good.
And so we'd like to ask for that to be on the consent agenda for the next meeting.
4.04 elementary schools paved play area assessments.
So I don't want to get you guys too far down into the weeds because I know we have a long meeting still ahead of us. So I'll just go through this quickly. If you have any questions, let me know. So we did, you asked us to kind of assess all of the paved play areas, and so we did. The first thing we did was develop a rubric. That's, there we go. And that is available in board docs, by the way, so you can see it close up if you wanted. This was our rubric. These down here were just, so when the guys went out to assess, they knew what they were looking for. So these are just examples of the type of damage that you get in pavement. And then the chart up here at the top allows them to assess the severity, how much of the paved play area was covered, and then you multiply those together, and that gave us kind of a severity score We also measured the length and width of all the play areas, so we had a square area, which allowed us then to calculate an approximate cost to repave it. Now, the one thing I want to caution the board, and I've talked to a couple of you about this already, but for the benefit of everybody else, those numbers are not reliable enough to look at it and say, well, this one's a 1,200 and this one's a 600, so this one's twice as bad as the other one. There's some inter-rater reliability issues here, meaning that if we now mixed up and had we broke this up into 4 regions and had different people evaluate these, and if we were to mix those up now and have them go back and reevaluate, the numbers would not come out the same. It depended on kind of how harsh the rater used that rubric. So I think an appropriate use of the data is to look at it and say everything that's highlighted here in yellow needs to be considered for replacement. But not necessarily that just because this one at Burlington, has the highest score, that doesn't necessarily mean that we should do that first. That's not to say that we shouldn't, but it is to say that you can't really use this data that way to say, oh, okay, this one's an 800, this one's a 625. Let's do the 800 first. The information just isn't accurate enough to be able to do that. So these are the ones we would consider repaving based on our assessments. And if, we decided we wanted to knock these out one at a time, we could go back now and reassess these and perhaps prioritize from there. But it's not just the condition of the pavement. There's other factors. One factor is, for instance, like Fort Lewis, they have 2 tracks. One of them's in really bad shape, but they don't really need the second one because they have, the other one that's in good shape. So, certainly that kind of thing would want to enter into our, into our decision-making. So I guess from here, we're looking for direction from the board and how you would like to proceed. I did, by the way, upload all the score sheets to you guys. I emailed them before the meeting. So if you wanted to see the individual score sheets, you can do that.
What would you
Couple
recommend?
questions, Mr. Chairman. When you look at the top 2, I mean, what other, you say that the evaluator on that, what other ones did that evaluator also look at, do you know? Because those 2 are so out of whack with everything else. Person that evaluated Burlington, what else did they evaluate?
I think they also did Mountain View because they were kind of grouped by, feeder patterns. And perhaps Mason's Cove. Yeah.
So just those 3.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. I think I heard somebody, what would I recommend?
What would you recommend, Kyle?
I'd recommend that we take these in yellow and reassess them, probably have just one person go through and assess all of them, so we're kind of getting an equal rating, in terms of taking out the inter-rater reliability piece, and then we could come up with a list of the ones that we want to, look at doing first. Cost is a factor also. I mean, obviously, if you're looking at, repaving the Green Valley track, you're looking at $80,000. If you're going to do that little play area behind Burlington, it's less than $8,000. So. And some schools don't have any, by the way. So one of the things we discovered when we went out to rate them was that you have schools that don't have any paved play areas or tracks.
I'm good with that, what you suggested.
I think so. You good, Nick?
So you're suggesting have an in-depth look on the yellow ones and then come back for a final decision? Is that what you're saying, or?
Well, we can develop a list from there and kind of prioritize them if that's what the board wants to do. And,
Where's
if
that
that's
money gonna come from?
Well, it would be minor capital, but it's not all gonna be this year, obviously. I mean, we would start
Right.
knocking them
That's-
out, a year at a time or so.
Because we're pretty close, if I'm not, where is Susan?
She's over here hiding in the corner.
I'm sorry.
So you've went,
How much is available in minor capital currently?
So after the 60,000 that you just talked about, and
4,400 that was on another item tonight, about 110,000.
That's until,
That could be a down
until
payment.
November, right?
That's until a whole year from now, until we close out fiscal year
Right.
24.
Mr. Kegels made it sound like that 60,000 was free, but it just came back from somewhere else. It's been included.
Well, it did, but I've already taken that into consideration.
She doesn't need a calculator.
Oh, I have my spreadsheet.
Well, I mean, we probably wouldn't do it until the summer anyway, right?
Right.
I mean,
For asphalt.
And we can kinda-
Actually, we're still paving, so not all of the plants shut down. Adams, I think, shut down, and maybe a couple of others, but there's still one that's still open. So, for instance, Glenver Elementary is already under contract. We're just waiting for the ground to dry out there, and we're gonna do that one. So they actually could be done now if you had the money to do them now. But we know we don't have enough money to do all these this year. I would suggest we just kind of come up with a list like we did for the playgrounds, and then we start, knocking them out as money's available.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I think all of those in yellow need to get done.
I definitely think we may have to, we need to wait closer to time before we start. I mean, if the $80,000 one's number one, I wouldn't be comfortable spending $80,000 out of 110.
So like Mount Pleasant doesn't have a paved area, right?
No, I think Mount Pleasant has this track right here.
Was it 80,000 or 8,000?
No,
They have
80,500.
a track,
for Green
but not
Valley.
a paved
Green
area.
Valley.
not
Yeah,
just
we need to
a-
wait
not just a
closer to
play
November
area.
if we're gonna
Wow.
take on that level of a.
And I guess
Oh,
at
Burlington was.
Horn, we've got a track, but not we've got the little basketball court, and then at Cundiff, they have a track, but no,
Yeah, we didn't assess Glen Cove and Cundiff because those will be new with the renovations.
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
They're gonna do asphalt with renovations.
And you were saying some schools have no asphalt play area.
That's right. Clearbrook has no play area or track.
Like the one that has the two tracks, you could probably just do one track and then dig up the other track, because they really don't. Not so sure they need two tracks.
Yeah, they have the inner track that's in good shape at Fort Lewis. They have the outer track that's really bad. But again, they have two, like literally side by side there, so.
How difficult would it be to analyze the use of these different play areas and/or tracks to help us make those decisions?
That's what I was gonna say, is maybe talk to the principals and see, I mean, how much are they utilizing this
Yeah,
for the
that-
cost?
That is exactly what we'd have to do. We'd have to ask the principals, but then when you talk about inter-rater reliability, we're just relying on them to tell us how much they use them and how they're used. That would be very difficult to quantify. We would get comments on it, like the principals can tell us, oh yeah, we use it all day long, recess and whatever. We can get comments, but quantifying that, I think, would be very difficult.
I think you've said it before, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's probably fair to say that the play areas for elementary, I mean, would be, more daily high use than necessarily a track. I mean, if we had to start prioritizing that way.
I'd have to ask the elementary instruction folks. I mean, I know they take the kids out and walk them around the track sometimes, so.
It just depends, I think, because I know sometimes the older kids will use the track.
Sure. But to that point, the play areas would be used by everybody.
Yeah, definitely the play areas is more well utilized.
Plus, some of them are probably a lot bigger than others, as you can see through the areas.
That's what I found interesting, was the wide variety of sizes on some of our facilities.
Well, absolutely. That's why it's, y'all get mad at me all the time for trying to be equitable, not equal, but equitable. And that's the reality, is you've got some of these areas that are, some schools don't have, some have really small areas, some have big areas, some have large tracks, some have small tracks,
Some have no tracks.
some have no tracks.
Sometimes I imagine over time that was the factor of just how much land, like in Clearbrook, for example, there's, as you know, there's not much place to put much, but Wiseacre, a lot of space.
So they
So
put
that
two.
probably factored into this kind of decisions over time.
And when
But
they were built,
and I
the
say this
velocities at the
not
time.
jokingly, but if there are some areas we don't need, dig them up, plant grass. I mean, I'm being serious. It's,
Well, I'd asked Todd if there was a statistic out there, how big the school is, how many square feet, was there a norm or a standard? Yeah.
Why
for the
why don't we just
playground.
go ahead and get somebody
He
to
said
speak
no.
with principals, even
Just
though I know
different.
you're not gonna get the same answer from everyone, but let's try to prioritize some of this
Bring
and
back a final recommendation. Maybe
Yes.
next one.
get a staff recommendation on what, I mean, because it's a lot of money. I mean, we don't want I mean, I don't want to demolish things if they're using it, but also, I mean, I don't know how much the total is for those, what is that?
$450.
So what I would,
$450,000, I mean,
what I would recommend we do then is we'll reassess these and we'll get a number on them so that we can get, one rater and get a reliable number of how they compare, the ones in yellow. And then we'll talk to the principals at those schools and find out how they're used and if they could do without them even. And then we'll report that information back to you guys.
great. That sounds good. Thank you, Todd.
Sure.
405, minor capital request playground mats.
Yeah, so this is really more of a bookkeeping thing. When we finished the playground projects, the playground replacement projects, was about $4,500 left in that project. We thought we were using that money to order playground mats. They're the rubber mats that go at the bases of the slides. But because the $4,500 was spread out across all the different projects, we couldn't place a single order for the mats. We would have to go back and place 41 separate orders for the 41 mats. So what we had to do was close it, move the $4,500 back to minor capital, and now we're requesting for you to give us the $4,500 back that was left in the playground project so that we can place one order for the mats and put the rubber mats at all the bases of the slides.
Works for me.
Yep.
We can request that on the consent.
Sounds good.
Agenda for the next meeting.
And that's coming out of what?
Minor capital. It's where we put it back when the playground
And
project's
you said
closed
at this
out.
point, all the playgrounds, like the first cycle, have been done?
Yes,
So just
yes, we're done with that.
commentary, I mean, that was a board decision to really, replace all of those over the last couple of years, prioritize. That's a really great accomplishment.
All right, thank you, Todd.
That's it for me.
I think we'll take a brief recess
I was gonna suggest that.
so the next group can set up.
So the next item on our agenda is a presentation about professional development. Glad to share this topic. This is something that is at the heart and center of what we do as a school division. You know, at the end of the day, what are we about? We're about teaching kids and learning, and that only happens when we equip our staff to do that, you know, to the maximum of their potential, and to make sure they're equipped to do that. So we've, of course, professional development is a huge topic. It's a complex topic. Sometimes you think of, oh, professional development means, you know, a workshop or something like that. Professional development extends far beyond that in terms of delivery methods, in terms of the topics that, you know, go into professional development. So we're going to focus mostly on our instructional staff for a lot of this, but of course there's all of our employees, you know, are obligated to make sure they're trained to do the, you know, jobs that they're called to do. So I'm going to start off with just an overview of, you know, sometimes we do professional development for extrinsically motivated reasons because the state law says we have to do it for certain topics, and school board policy says that we have to do it. But really this is something that's part of our profession as educators. And so we're, you know, naturally and intrinsically motivated to always want to improve our craft, our profession, not only for ourselves as individuals, but also collectively for our schools and school environment and the school cultures that serve kids. So I'm proud to say that professional development is actually a key component of what's our comprehensive vision for our school system, which is our Sea Change framework. Of course, at the heart of Sea Change framework is deeper learning that's engaging and purposeful. But we know that doesn't happen in a vacuum. We have to have the conditions. We've got to have good school facilities. We've talked a lot about facilities this evening. We have to have you know, certainly those support services, the finances, the technology, and all of those kinds of tools that make that happen. But professional growth is a huge part of that. So real quickly, just want to highlight, these are our belief statements that are in our Sea Change framework in terms of what we believe about professional growth and professional development. So the first thing is professional growth is developed through active participation of each staff member. That means we have to each, as educators, all be a part of this. As individually, we have to, you know, seek after our own growth and learning, but also collectively in our school environments and departments. That's something we do, and that's what we mean by professional learning community. We believe that there's strength in collaboration, working together, sharpening our practice. You hear a little bit about how that works. I'm looking at Ms. Baer across the room in math. I know one of the things that our elementary teachers really enjoy are getting together and sharing ideas together, and that's part of what they do in those professional learning communities. Obviously, we have to invest in professional growth through our planning, our funding, our program evaluations. You'll hear a little bit about how that's funded through both local funds as well as grants. Multiple delivery methods, differentiation. That means there's not a one-size-fits-all. A lot of professional development, again, traditionally you think of in terms of workshops and, you know, in group settings, but also different people have different needs. And are different places, whether it's, you know, different technology tools, whether it's pedagogical kind of tools that they bring to bear in the classroom, whether it's about, you know, getting a grasp on things like science of reading, which is a huge topic for us right now. We have to differentiate to meet individual needs. Job embedded approaches just means it's, you know, how does this affect you on a daily basis? So sometimes professional development is that one-legged conversation in a hallway, teachers sharing experiences and ideas with each other. That's part of the growth. Sometimes that's an instructional coach coming alongside and working with somebody individually in terms of what's happening in their classrooms. We have to make sure that what we're doing in professional development is aligned throughout the system. That means that when schools do their school strategic planning, and I think some of our principals will talk about that, is that has to align with the priorities of the division. So professional growth that happens at the school level, you know, aligns with that as well as efforts at the division level. And I've already mentioned this idea of a personal commitment. Each of us as educators have to be personally committed to continuing to grow. Again, that's intrinsic motivation. We also have to extrinsically do that because as educators, we have to renew our license every few years. And so there are things that have to be done in order to do those kinds of things. And of course, we have to be mindful of what our current needs are as well as future needs. You know, what's coming down the road in terms of things we need to prepare for. There's a lot of talk these days, for example, about artificial intelligence. You know, what is that going to look like? That's already here. How do we prepare for that, and how do we equip our staff to deal with those kinds of things? So we have a lot of folks who are going to talk about bits and pieces of this and kind of bring this together for you. But just to orient you a little bit about what's here. So we have the presentation to kind of give you that overview, give you some details, kind of cut to the chase because I know some folks are interested in this. There is a list. There's a spreadsheet that's actually uploaded in Board Docs as well as attached to this presentation. We actually asked each of our schools to list exactly what kinds of professional developments they're offering this year, especially in terms of those traditional sort of workshop kinds of things and different training. So you'll see there's a tab with a workshop with each school, what they provided this year by title. If they're using some kind of packaged resource, there might be a link to that so you can kind of see that. And then each department has done the same thing so you can kind of see comprehensively what this is all about. So it goes without saying, a lot of people have put a lot of time into presenting this information, and I do think it's worth your time to really understand this, appreciate the opportunity. So we're going to hand it off, and I think Ms. Hogan's going to talk a little bit about what our requirements are.
Sure. Professional development is defined by the Code of Virginia. And how that's defined is it's provided to facilitate the successful implementation of instructional programs that promote student achievement, and then also to increase student achievement and expand the knowledge and skills students require to meet the standards of academic performance set by the Board of Education. So with that, what we want to see happen is we want our teachers and staff who participate in professional development to learn and grow themselves, so that by them learning and growing, then our students in which they work with will grow as well to meet the standards that are required. There are PD topics for teachers and principals that are required by the Code of Virginia. And with that, we have working with gifted students, students with disabilities, and students with limited English proficiency. We have technology applications, instructional leadership, evaluation, instructional content, assessment measures, instruction and remediation techniques, interpreting test data, science-based reading, and classroom management and strategies. There are other PD that is required by the Code of Virginia or federal guidelines that we must provide as well. School counseling is one of those, and under each section is the code that refers to each area. We have safety, we have Title IX, also human resources, health services, special education with restraint and seclusion are some of those as well. There are multiple delivery methods that we use to provide professional development. Just as Dr. Nicely shared, we wanted to individualize this as much as possible. There are group trainings, faculty meetings, there are conferences that people can attend, book studies, student voice, during professional learning communities. There's mentoring that takes place. We also have tuition assistance for college courses, individual direct support, learning walks, instructional and behavioral coaching, differentiated individual training options, and in-person and online training. And with the online training, I just want to mention that you've probably heard about Laserfish. That is one venue that is used to provide some of the training that is required. The individuals who facilitate and lead professional development. It would be district leadership, folks that are here with us today, as well as directors and department heads. We have supervisors. We also have our school-based administrators, who you'll hear from here in just a bit. School-based staff, you have teachers that actually present, as well as like reading specialists, math coaches, those types of folks. And then outside expert resources, like the VDOE provides trainings for our folks, as well as conferences, universities, literacy, SPED, safety, and technology.
All right, as Dr. Nicely said, of course, a lot of this PD is required. We have to do it, but we also want to make sure that we're responsive to staff needs. So annually, the instructional department sends a survey out to staff. We want to find out, do you see value in what we're doing, and are there things that you would like to have us bring to help you be a better teacher? So last spring, and again, this is the most recent data we have. Every spring we send the survey out in preparation to plan PD for the next year. First thing we ask them is to kind of rate the following topics based on the need. With, you can see on the far end, no need, they don't see a need for it. And again, it just depends on what they're teaching and where they're at in their career if they see a need. Some of it is leadership development, providing training for future principals and leaders, Well, some teachers may not see a need for that, so you've got to take that into account. But then you've got need, extensive need, like you see a deep need for this, or you're just not sure about it. So of course, we ask about the new teacher training that we do every year. Of course, that's desperately needed. You can see that. There's a wide band of extensive need there. Content-specific pedagogical training, that's teaching math teachers how to teach math, or teaching science teachers how to teach science. The non-content specific is just good teaching practices. It's not necessarily tied to math, but it's those practices, deeper learning implementation, taking what you teach to a deeper level so that students can apply it, that students can, again, do all the things that we want them to do as they move out into the college and career world. Grading and assessment strategies, how do you make sure that the grades you report and the way you're assessing students match up with what they actually know? Behavior management, of course, that's been a hot topic. You can see that's a pretty wide band in the light blue there. Staff definitely see a need for that. Technology, PBIS, safety and climate, of course, differentiation of lessons. Teaching advanced courses, we do have to have special certifications and trainings for people to teach dual enrolled classes, AP classes. So we do offer training for that as well. And then, of course, leadership development. So every year we put this back out, we find out, how do you feel this is going? But then we also ask the open-ended question, are there other things you would like to see us do? So what we did with the most recent one in spring 2023 is we just kind of grouped together responses. A majority of them basically either didn't respond or referred to things that were in the survey. They basically said, thank you for doing this, we'd like to have more of the same types of things. We did have some folks who wanted more trauma-informed strategies, dealing with mental health issues, not just of students, but of staff, and social emotional learning. We had several wanted additional behavior management strategies. Of course, we talked about, we do provide some training on that. They wanted to see more PD specific to content areas. Anytime our supervisors that are all here and they'll share what they do, they offer content-specific stuff. We always get very strong positive feedback for that because they're really looking to, again, improve their craft and get better at what they do. Reading and literacy, of course, the state is pushing a lot of new professional development that we're looking to do with our staff, and we've done a good job of trying to stay ahead of that. That's definitely something our staff recognize as an area they're going to need training in. The one thing that we haven't done a lot with, and again, it's not really content specific, but it's something you sometimes do anecdotally, is helping teachers with time management and organization and just some of those basic everyday executive functioning skills that we all need. So that's certainly something we can start to look into and add as options. And in all ways, technology is evolving and changing, so we want to make sure that staff stay on top of that. So that's the response we had, and of course, we'll plan on this spring, we'll do the same thing. We'll put the survey out there, and then we'll use that in our planning as we start to provide professional development for the next school year for the staff.
What
Okay.
percentage, if I may, what percentage responded to that survey?
It's not something that we require them to do. We've got, in that response right there, we had about 360 responses.
Ooh.
Not a lot when you consider the number of staff we had, but it was put out to all the staff, sent to them with their opportunity to respond. I think just like anything, when you send the survey out, the folks who really want to give you information are going to respond to the survey. The folks who don't, move on. So, but yeah, we didn't get large numbers. We probably could if we required it, but it's not something that we feel like we want to do with that survey.
How many questions is the survey?
Just those three. We
Just
want to
those
keep
three?
it short, yeah.
Okay.
Anytime, well, and the one's a Likert scale, so they did have to rank each one of those, but it should take you less than 3 to 4
3
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah, anytime you have a survey, and we've all done that too, you open it up, you see all those questions,
Yeah,
you move on.
minimal.
We want to keep it simple. Really, we want to give them an opportunity to evaluate what we're doing. But then really, I like the open-ended question because it gives us a snapshot into what do you want and make sure we're providing those things for them.
Okay, and I'll share a little bit, but
as we present, if you can make sure if you're the next presenter, come up here, and as you finish, exit back out so somebody can take your seat so we can be.
You want me to leave? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
yeah. Thank you. So what I would like to talk about with surveys is their employee advisory committee. So this year, the RCPS district-wide employee advisory committee, which includes one rep from every school, they chose professional development at our first meeting as something that they wanted to work on as a special project. Although the EAC is a way for staff to share their concerns with us and ask questions, I'm not sure if people realize that they also work on positive things that impact the whole division. So last year, the EAC, each rep sent out to the faculty at their school, what are some no-cost, low-cost incentives that staff would appreciate? So I know that raises are wonderful, but staff also like just to be appreciated in different ways. So one of the main things they said last year was dealing with employee attire. So the committee took the survey results, they analyzed it, and then they came up with a proposal for employee dress. And that was presented at the board meeting. So we meet 4 times a year. So in October, they looked at a PD survey so we can make sure the professional development we're offering is as effective and efficient as it can be to meet the needs of all of our staff. That's one of the 2 projects they're working on this year. So we identified that in October. In December, the committee came back together and provided input. We pulled some sample questions and they gave us input on those questions. Our next meeting is in 2.5 weeks, where we'll actually roll out the survey. And they will get an invite and then they'll send it out to their staff. I think sometimes staff tend to respond better when teachers in their building ask them to. So we're hoping that we can get a great response rate. We'll review the results of the survey at our April meeting, and then committee members will share that with the board over the summer at their annual report. So that's where we are with that piece. Now, the following slide is going to share with you several examples of PD that each person in our department leads. So we'll take turns tag teaming with that so you all will have a deeper understanding of what that looks like in each department.
All right, administration. So you see there's several things we are covering. If you look at ours, you'll see the Code of Virginia out beside those as we go through these. They represent those that are required by code. So the first one is new. For all new staff, we require them to go through run, hide, fight training. And then we also provide an annual staff safety education. And so that's something that's created here. We send to our principals. Our principals have staff meetings for all staff in our buildings. And we cover things like emergency management for students, the standard protocols of evacuation, what we do when we lock down. We review Run, Hide, Fight for teachers every single year. So just because you're a new teacher doesn't mean you're not going to get that information every single year. We also talk about our best practices for safety in Roanoke County Public Schools. So that is a presentation that staff gets every year, and it's different every year. The next one is annual Raptor module training. That is our Raptor app that we use. They have created a module that's online that teachers can go in and use on the computer as to not set off the app. So it gives them a great opportunity to practice using it. They can use that as much as they want to. We do require them to do it once at the beginning of the school year just to refresh and get them ready to go. That helps them walk through accountability for students and their self whenever there's an emergency. And then the next one is our annual Title IX training. By state code, all staff members, including bus drivers, every single person in our division that we employ have to have Title IX training. And basically what that's about is any kind of discrimination or harassment and how to report, what it means, how to report, and who to report to. So we all cover that, and that's through Laserfish. And then we have school threat assessment team training. Every single school by the code has to have a threat assessment team. And each of those team members have to be trained by DCJS in order to participate in our threat assessments. And that is a requirement for all of our administrators, our school counselors, our school psychologists, and all of our SROs. So that's all for administration.
I know we're not having technology for later, but I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Segal and Jeff Terry, who I know did a roadshow all about the Raptor training and safety and the marriage with technology. So I thought that was very well received at the school when they came around and did that. So
Okay.
thank you for that.
Okay, so in the assessment world, the training that we do tends to fall into three types. State regulatory compliance training, which tends to be very formal. Program support, we have a lot of software that we support that teachers use, and they need to know how to use those effectively, and also supporting local initiatives. So to go through the types of things that we do, the first and probably the thing I'm most known for is the SOL administration training. That's probably among the most formal, comprehensive, and highly regulated training that we do. That includes things like state audits come in here and make sure that we're doing everything the way we're supposed to be doing it. And when we talk about highly regulated, the SOL world is a world where we really have to do it right every time. Otherwise, we end up on the front page of the paper, which is exactly where I don't want to be. And so, and along with that, can come, state, the state Code of Virginia can have criminal and civil penalties for basically not doing the right thing with regard to SOLs. So we take that very seriously, and that's among our most formal training. Our Pearson Access training, that supports that. That's the the software program that runs SOL testing in the state. Our STCs need to know how to use that, and we make sure that they do. And when I also do audits behind the scenes to audit what they are doing in the system so that there's a double check on what happens. In regard to All In, we've got two new programs that we're supporting. We're supporting Lexia, and we're supporting the Zern platform. So that's new to us. Not as new, but something that's a real big piece of what we do is the Mastery Connect training that goes along with our grading software, or not our grading software, but our testing software. This is more like teacher tests, division level tests that are pushed out. And I think that's a place where we can say it's a good example of how we use a flexible differentiated approach. For example, there are folks that want to, see a quick video and move on. They're happy, they will fly with that. And there's others that want the training with you right there beside them. And there's other folks that, that want some sort of formal training, whether it be a webinar, whether it be, something that's face-to-face whole group. And we do all of that with Mastery Connect. A teacher calls me and says, I can't figure out how to do this. Will you come over? I come over. Whereas if we feel like there's a bigger need for the division, or it's beginning of the year, it's new teachers, then we'll do, something formal whole group. And the whole span. The most common way we do that is which is sort of the least invasive to teachers, is that I'll take a whole day and rotate through the grade levels at an elementary school. And so when the grade levels have their planning, I can rotate right in there. They come to me and we go through the training, and then they go back to their classrooms, and I rotate through the next grade level and the next grade level and the next grade level. That takes about a day, but that's the best thing for teachers. So that's the kind of approach we take, sort of meet them where they are. What do they need? But what each person wants is very different, and what each person needs is very different. So grading best practice is an initiative that that we've been pushing pretty hard. You might have seen on what they want. The grading was one of the ones they least wanted, but that's because they had just gone through a year of grading PD. So they were like, okay, we got this grading thing, we kind of understand that. So don't give us any more, please. I see that as a good thing. That must have been effective. ITRT test nav training, we meet with them periodically to go over the testing software and deal with more technical issues. SOL accommodations training for SPED and L teachers. Again, making sure the accommodations that go into IEPs and 504 plans and L plans are allowable accommodations according to state regs, and that they're applied correctly, because there are serious consequences if they're not. Edgenuity training, which is something that we do for credit recovery, but also for summer school. That we support out of our office. I also handle gifted, and I do that in conjunction with 5 gifted resource teachers. But I train them for our whole group online ability testing, the NAT 3. We do that for all of our second graders. Gives us fabulous data on kids and helps us identify students for the gifted program. So I do that. Training for identifying and screening gifted students, training for differentiating for gifted instruction, and differentiating instruction in general tends to be done by those GRTs in our department, by the gifted resource teachers. So they're out there doing PD as well to support the gifted department.
All right, and next is school counseling. We provide professional development for division staff as well as our school counselors and our life counselors. The first thing that we focus on is McKinney-Vento. This is a training that we provide in order to make sure that everyone is aware of how to identify students that might be experiencing homelessness. This year, that training was provided by our state liaison. We have a liaison in each one of our schools, 26 total. So we work with them to make sure that they have basic information. All staff get a presentation through Laserfish, and then we offered a face-to-face presentation this year. And so that training is always provided on an annual basis. Mental health and wellness. Upon employment, all contracted staff have to have mental health awareness training, and those modules are through the VDOE. In addition to that, and as part of PBIS, we have a number of topics that we focus on. With the mental health and wellness, we cover things like basic mental health, how to understand and look for anxiety and depression. We look at trauma and different types of things that could be utilized in the classroom to support our students. We also provide staff education on substance training. In addition, our focus this year, main focus was on bullying prevention, which was our Expect, Respect. That training was provided face-to-face by our school counselors and our life counselors in all 26 of our schools. And so that was our focus this year. That training is always provided annually. So this year was face-to-face, and next year will be through Laserfish. Suicide prevention, along with what Dr. Stegall shared, is part of our threat assessment training. In addition to that, we do provide basic training to all of our staff through the Signs of Suicide program that's through Laserfish, and then also through threat assessment training that comes through DCJS. So upon employment, they have to have it initially, and then they receive a refresher every 3 years thereafter.
DCJS is the Department of Criminal Justice Services, which is a state agency that helps us with those things.
Records management, I'm in charge of records for Roanoke County, and so we work hard to make sure that those that work with our records have basic information. So we work with our school counselors, we work with our counseling administrative assistants, and anyone that would be working with our student records so that we can make sure that we're in compliance with that piece. And that training is provided annually as well. School counselors receive all of the different things that we talked about, but they're also required to have some additional requirements. Upon employment, all of our counselors have to have child abuse training. That is a requirement. And then upon renewal, they have to have a retraining in the area of child abuse. As I mentioned before, the threat assessment and suicide assessment upon employment, and then every 3 years thereafter. Policies, procedures, and practices, we know that those change on a regular basis, so annually we go over anything that is directly counseling related, but updated policies that they should be familiar with that could be in their area. And then counselor topics. Our counselors have lots of different opportunities to receive training. We provide a lot of training. I have a supervisor that works along with me, but we also provide lots of other opportunities in the areas of anxiety, depression, any type of mental health topic. We do send our counselors to the Virginia Counselors Association, also the Virginia School Counselors Association for professional development. TTAC also helps us with trauma training. which we also do in some of our schools as well. And then we have VDOE school counselor webinars that are available, and we share those with our school counselors so that they could do that at a time that works for them.
Right. In HR, of course, we handle a lot of online training. As you keep hearing the word laserfish, that is pretty much all housed in HR. I will say it's a collaborative effort with all the departments because it handles all of our mandatory online training that we have to do for the state requirements. In your packet there, I think Dr. Nicely mentioned there's an Excel spreadsheet. We have every single one of those trainings. I have the pictures of them, so you can see exactly what they are with the links, what all they cover, and this is for our new teachers as well as our beginning of the year checklist and our substitutes. So that is, like I said, Laserfish is that main repository that we house all that information. GHR, that's our HR management system. We do offer a lot of PD there with our administrators, athletic directors, other school team members, because that's what houses our observations, our evaluations, our goals. So anytime anything changes there, about a year or so ago, some of our evaluations and observations changed. We had to do extensive training through that because that's where it's all housed. Just recently, this past fall, with our athletic directors, we've implemented a new system where they now keep track of all their athletic coaches as well as the stipends and keep up some form. So hopefully we're going to make sure our coaches get paid in a more timely manner and things like that. But that took a lot of extensive training and working with them. We brought them over here to go through those types of things. You want to talk briefly about some of our hands-on and in-person training. We have new teacher PD, which Dr. Stegall mentioned. Before they do the run, hide, fight, HR does a whole presentation where we talk about their benefits, what it's like being a teacher for Roanoke County Schools, what are our expectations, how do they get paid, things like that. People don't think about that, but that's important PD when we're talking about bringing on new teachers. We want them to feel immediately like they've got answers and that they have somebody they can go to. So we also give them a list of who to call if they have questions. Recently, I think about a year, maybe 2 years ago, we developed a new administrator onboard training. So if we have new assistant principals, new deans, maybe new principals to our division, we offer hands-on training and in-person training with them as well to answer any building-related questions, those type of things. We have a substitute training that we do at least monthly, if not more, depending on the need. And again, there they go over instructional best practices. Like I think Mr. Riley mentioned, we want our substitutes to know what are some of those. What are classroom management strategies that you can use? So we go over a lot of that. Health and safety concerns that our kids have that they're going to be able to deal with, hopefully in a better manner by going through this training. Again, general expectations, we provide them the school information. Who are the contact people to school? Again, that's professional development that those people need to feel comfortable working with in our division. And then, of course, the other thing with that is how to access our absence management system, because that's really important for them. And then the only other piece I really want to talk about is licensure. Our teachers and administrative staff have either a 10-year or a 5-year license. Everybody's moving over to a 10-year license, but they require points. And the way that works, if you're on a 5-year license to get recertified, you have to have 180 points. If you're on a 10-year license, you have to have 270 points. Well, points are earned in 8 different categories. PD, you have, and I wrote it down so I don't forget them, attending conferences, college classes, observing other teachers, mentorship, supervision, curriculum development, and actually you can get points for publication. So if you write a novel or write different things in publication magazines, you can get points for that. So offering this PD that you're going to hear about for everybody, it really gives our teachers and our staff the opportunity to earn those points so they can get recertified for their license either on that 5 or 10-year cycle. And like I think I said, the 5-year cycle is going away. Most of our teachers our administrators are on a 10-year cycle. We still have about a year, maybe a year and a half more of teachers that we're picking up. And a lot of that's because they're giving extensions due to the COVID timeframe, which is why we still have teachers on a 5-year cycle. But once they move off of that, everybody will be on a 10-year. So they need to earn that 270 points, which it's invaluable that we offer this PD. So.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you just have your bachelor's degree, you have to have at least one college class?
Correct. You do right now. If you're on that 5-year cycle, you have to have a college class. So, but the rest of it all has to be taken through professional development, attending conferences. If you're a writer and you want to write, then that's great. I never earned points through professional development that way. So, all right.
I'm giving Jeff Terry a bad look because he's getting ready to restart my computer.
Uh-oh. Jeff, you should have done it before.
how do I make this stop so that, how do I do that?
Oh, I do have one more slide. The next slide is just basically a link to a lot of the mandatory trainings. Probably should sit back down because you can't hear. What you'll see when Dr. Nicey flips through it, it's just a link to some of the online training. But again, I provided a more in-depth of everything in that Excel spreadsheet. These are just a quick snippet of overview trainings. I forgot I had that other slide, thank you. I even had next slide written on my page. I know, so. But this is the cool slide.
They've got it in their packet, so if you want to keep talking, they have their packet. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
All right, well, we'll keep rolling here.
Here, you just drive.
While they're switching out. Of course, the core of what we do at the division level is instruction. It's teaching and learning. So we've asked our instructional supervisors to come to briefly, we've emphasized briefly, share what they do. But we talked before about the big survey we do. That's the one formal thing we do. Each one of our supervisors, informally, anecdotally, in working with their teachers and being out in the building, determine needs and then construct their own professional development. You saw that teachers really wanted that PD-specific type of content, professional development. They do a fantastic job of providing that to our staff. They're going to briefly share that a little bit. But one of the things we do at the division level, of course, several of you have attended our administrative retreat, and I think this is on the next slide, where we bring all the division leadership, principals, directors, supervisors together for 2 full days of training. We often bring somebody in from outside who's an expert in whatever it is we're looking at. A few years ago, we brought an expert in on grading as we started to do our grading work. Last year, we brought an expert in on assessing deeper learning, because that's something we're really working on that we want our principals to be trained in. And what's really neat is as we do that, many of our principals will then use those folks to come into their buildings to work with their staff throughout the year as they have their building-specific professional development that we'll talk about in just a second. We are working in student-led conferencing and portfolio defense training, as you guys know. As an opportunity-ready division, we want to make sure that our students are opportunity-ready. One of the things we have to be careful about is that's just not an aspirational statement that we throw on the wall and we hope it happens. So what we're working with our schools in is to make sure that we can quantify those skills. We've got our 8 C skills. So we're actually working with students and teachers and building level administrators to start to help students collect evidence of that work. And then what's really cool is at the elementary and middle school level, we're starting to institute student-led conferences where parents come in and the students actually get to talk to their parents about how they are becoming opportunity ready as a student in Roanoke County Public Schools. And then as they hit their high school years, we're working with seniors to actually take work that they've done in school and defend that and defend the fact that they are opportunity ready in front of a panel. So that's something that's in its infancy, it's in pilot stages right now, but we're really excited about the direction that's going. We're involving eventually business and industry to come in and help us with those types of things. So it's a way that we're preparing our students in a unique way to be ready. Of course, all the different departments have talked about the new teacher training. Everybody's got a piece of that. We do that the week before teachers come back so that they're ready to go. We spend quite a bit of time on classroom management strategies for new teachers because oftentimes they struggle with that. So we take almost an entire day of training on that. Then they get time with their content area supervisor so they can show them where the resources are and things like that that they're going to need for those first few weeks, and to develop those relationships with those content supervisors so that they can reach out when they've inevitably got the questions they need. And then a big part of what we do is we're a funding source for administrators and staff to attend state and national conferences. We've got folks probably weekly going out learning the newest and latest best practices because we want to make sure that our students are getting the very best and the very latest in terms of instruction. And then we also fund individual teachers for specific purposes. Like we said before, there's unique credentialing that folks need to teach a dual enrolled class or an AP class. Every summer, we've probably got anywhere from 5 to 10 teachers that are traveling to dual enrollment conferences or AP conferences to be certified to teach those. In some cases, we have teachers who need credits to be able to teach that dual enrollment class. We'll cover that as well. So those are all things we do. Now, Next slide, please. Each building then has their own professional development that the principal provides. And of course, they survey their staff and find out what they need. So we've asked a couple of our principals to come and just talk a little bit about the process they use and some of the PD they do in their individual buildings. So Ms. Leftwich, if you want to start, and then Mr. Whitlow will let you.
Sure. So my name is Leanne Leftwich. I'm principal at Bonsack Elementary School, and a lot of times I do survey the staff to see what they would like to do as far as PD. However, I knew we had some new initiatives coming out that I felt I wanted to plan to make sure that they had what they needed and the tools that they needed to make sure that they were ready for the school year with the students. So a lot of our goals pointed back to our strategic plan, and at Bonsack and in Roanoke County, our strategic plan involves the 4 shifts. It involves student-led conferences. Our school was one of the pilots for student-led conferences. We sent a 3rd grade teacher, my guidance counselor, and myself to do that this past year. So we wanted to expand it to 4th and 5th grade. So we did a lot of that. And also science of reading, which of course come down from the state, and PBIS as well. So with 4 shifts, we addressed that in the faculty meetings and also our early release time. I had our special education supervisor talk about the special education process, because many times our teachers only have a special education student in their class 1 year, and then it rotates to another person, so it's always good to have that refresher. The science of reading, we took one early release date to talk about the science of reading, and then our upper grade level teachers also talked about the strategies they use with mentor texts and so on, and how they teach that and how they teach the rotating things. And a faculty meeting one day or 1 month, we spoke about upper grade level math strategies, and they also demonstrated those strategies, and the teachers showed them how to do the strategies with the faculty like they were the students. In science and social studies, we haven't done that yet, but they're getting ready to, the littles, the K-1-2, they're getting ready to present how they teach science and social studies, because, you know, we teach K to 5, so we have the littles, and they're taught much differently than the bigs. Our ITRT, who is Ann Keith, has also come to share some of the digital resources that we have available that we just don't have time to teach during the school day. So she came and taught that in a faculty meeting. As I mentioned, in student-led conferences, we had quarterly meetings on that with my upper grades, because I wanted to expand that with 4th and 5th grade. So my 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade team met collaboratively after school once a quarter to talk about that, the organization piece of that, and what it looks like in person. The science of reading, while we were having the collaborative piece with the uppers, the lowers were talking about science of reading with the reading specialist and with my assistant principal, and what that looks like, where to find the resources, and how to implement that within their classroom. The department heads who are getting ready to talk also visited the school. Every single one of them came and visited the school. We either met with them after school in the faculty meeting, or we met with them in our grade level meetings, which we have once a month, and they talked about the SOLs, what's changing, what's not changing, how to implement different resources that we have within our school, so it's practical usage. Lastly, I would like to say we were doing a book study, and we had Microsoft Teams this year. It's new for me to do Microsoft Teams within a book study. It gives them an independent chance to learn themselves as professional educators, and the one that I chose this year was called the Energy Bus, because it directly correlates with our PBIS initiative, and how that positive energy, positive thinking will then in turn make our staff, our students, our school a positive place to be. So that's how I linked all of that back to our strategic plan.
Josh Whitlow, principal at Hidden Valley High School. I'm just going to quickly highlight 3 items that we have been working on in the 2.5 years since my return to Hidden Valley. We kind of look at professional development from both ends of the scale, one being, of course, division initiatives, the other being those acute needs that we happen to have in the building. But in the center of that is our school strategic plan. So 2 areas of focus for us include deeper learning and then also culture and climate. So where deeper learning is concerned, a handful of years ago, Dr. Scott McLeod came and worked with us administrators at the administrative retreat. He also spent time with our teachers in the afternoons at William Byrd, as I recall. And so we brought that back into the school setting. We looked for exemplars within our teachers and their work, and then we used their expertise coupled with the expertise that Dr. McLeod brought to, or Dr. McLeod brought to us, and worked together through the PD opportunities that we were given, those early dismissal days and things of that nature. So we had a lot in the way of teachers teaching teachers using these, again, that expertise that he provided us as well. well as the exemplar lessons that they had in place. A second item that we looked at beginning last year, and this was from a culture climate perspective, was the retention of teachers. We had a number of new folks that came our way, and after my first year back, recognized that we could do better where that is concerned, and that would in turn also support our culture and climate. So beginning last year and also continuing into this year, the first half of the school year, we meet with our new teachers, new faculty and staff on a monthly basis, where we spend a good portion of that time just checking the pulse and making sure that they feel a part of the family and feel good about the things that they are doing, that they know it's okay to make mistakes and learn and grow. That's part of what we do. You win some, you learn some. But then we also spend a portion of those sessions together taking a look at the nuts and bolts, whether it's Blackboard or Canvas in this case, or for us, the reflective friends process, which was part of our deeper learning activities, things of that nature. So a good portion of that time, again, spent supporting the family, if you will, but then the latter portion of that always centered around something that they needed in order to be the very best that they can be, community and communication as an example. The third item that I wanted to share with you was born largely out of what we saw in our classrooms this year. We anticipated and experiencing students, or I'll say experiencing students' experiences in the classroom, those adverse challenges that they are encountering in the community, and then that comes into our buildings, and we want to make sure that we are supporting our teachers. So teachers have said, yes, we could use some supports here. We see that as administrators as we're working with those students and their families. And so we reached out to the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services. Betsy Bell came and worked with us, along with Kaylee Powell, who is a threat assessment coordinator and school counselor in, I think it's West Point Public Schools. They actually worked with us just yesterday afternoon. That also prompted a conversation with our faculty, where our faculty wisely said to me, hey, don't forget about us as well. We are encountering these things, we're working with these students, so what can you do in terms of supports on our end? So that elicited a conversation with Betsy Bell, and so she's now invited our faculty and staff to attend a conference related to vicarious trauma, secondary trauma, and its impact on colleagues and peers, so that they can improve their work with our students. So we've got a number of individuals that will be participating in that later in the month, and then she's also going to provide an online training for us in the summertime. So just a handful of things that we've got.
That's great, thank you.
And as we prepare to transition to our content supervisors, I think one of the things that's important, you hear the passion and the work that the principals do, multiply that by 27 schools, and you've got that going on across the division. And one important thing that I think you heard from both of them that you're going to see a consistent theme across all the schools is each one of them operate their PD from the strategic plan. So they're planning this out in advance, and we require their strategic plan to tie back to our Sea Change framework. So the fact that we know all of us are pulling in the same direction, moving in the same direction with our professional development. So what we're going to do now is just briefly, each content supervisor is going to just touch on some of the PD that they provide to their content areas to make sure that their teachers have the newest and latest in training.
So for art, our most extensive PD is at the Taubman Museum of Art. We go there twice per year for a full day. And then optional PD, we internally create art share kits, and those are sent out to each other by interoffice mail, and we do a follow-up exchange by email. And then by request and pending funding, we have some conferences, the Virginia Art Education Association State Conference and the Art of Education Winter and Summer Now conferences.
And our school board doesn't always get the chance to interact with our instructional supervisors. So Sarah Coverly, Supervisor of Art, and you guys introduce yourselves as you go. Yeah, Mark.
All right, I'm Mark Jones. I'm the Supervisor for Career and Technical Education. And really, Career and Technical Education is a little unique because we really have 6 distinct content areas within the umbrella of Career and Technical Education. And even within those distinct content areas, we've got a lot of diversity as far as the classes that are taught. And obviously, it makes it a little bit difficult to really schedule professional development that's relevant to all of our teachers. A marketing classroom looks very different than a welding classroom. So what we try to do is we try to at least once a year play off of our commonalities, in that we hold a beginning of the year CTE staff kickoff where we touch on all the things that they need to know that are universal across all our content areas, like competency records, student travel, divisional goals when it comes to instruction. And after that, we sort of use a combination of Perkins funding and local funding sources to provide opportunities for all of our teachers to travel to summer conferences in each one of their distinct content areas, as well as any other relevant training that may be out there. That included in that, we take counselors with us, several counselors a year, to the National Career and Technical Education Conference, where they can learn a little bit more about how career and technical education can have a large impact on all students, not just certain types. And then even drilling down even further, we do offer individualized professional development sessions as needed. We've got a Z-Space training coming up, and if you haven't seen the Z-Space, it's a really awesome piece of technology that allows you to interact with some three-dimensional objects in space. We'll have to show it to you guys over at Burton once we get the training up and done, because it's really cool, and things like that. So we offer what we can to make sure that our students have the skills that they need to teach our students.
Just real briefly, one of the cool things that Mark and Jason have done with our school counselors again, a lot of times, our teachers, our counselors haven't necessarily worked out in industry in different businesses. And as we're trying to let, students know what the opportunities are, we found it's really useful for our adults to also know what's out. So we've actually had industry tours where we've taken counselors, for example, out to visit some of the local businesses.
Yes.
So they can better inform the students. I thought that was a good thing to highlight.
It is, and we've just met earlier this week with the Office of Economic Development for Roanoke County to sort of reignite that. I think COVID put a damper on that a little bit, but we've got more things planned coming up in the near future, so look forward to that.
Okay. I'm Dr. Paula Newbill, and I'm the ELL, or English Language Learning Supervisor. And ELL in the state of Virginia is governed by federal funds as well, so Title III funds. There are federal guidelines, including the Office of Civil Rights, and the DOJ, of course, is in charge of those. And we have to abide by those, and we get training, of course, for our teachers. And the Title III, there's always an audit every 5 years, so we have to make sure that we provide professional development for teachers on certain topics and a certain amount of professional development. So that's handed into the state every so often. The content teachers also, not just ELL teachers, are trained, and of course VDOE this year is making sure teachers know things like content teachers, that is, that they are aware of and are implementing the WIDA standards, and that's our consortium that governs, and we use their standards and their assessments. So the state of Virginia is also requiring content teachers to be familiar with these standards, and that's a great idea because there are more and more English learners in our classes, and so we have to know how to modify and provide accommodations for them. And so this year we've provided a PowerPoint for all the content teachers to view, and it had lots of information in it besides just the standards, but it was really helpful, I think, for everyone. There's the WIDA Screener and the WIDA Access. Those are our tests, our assessment tools, and we have training modules and certificates that go with those through the WIDA website. Then every teacher has to take those quizzes if they administer those tests, and then they have to pass by a certain score. Accommodations and updates for these accommodations that come out from the BDOE concerning English learners, especially for state testing. Ben Williams comes and talks to the ELL teachers every year and gives us all the updates. We have WIDA standards webinars and WIDA conference. Of course, our teachers can go to that, our ELL teachers in person. If it's far away and we just don't have enough funding, then we do the recorded modules and things like that and sessions. And the WIDA website has lots of modules so that teachers, ELL teachers, and even content teachers, if they would like, they can go through and do their own. They can pick and choose which subjects they would like to gain more professional development in. And there are other conferences, of course, besides the WIDA conference. There's TESOL, and that's an international conference. VESA, that's in Virginia. That's for supervisors, but teachers can go too. Virginia Tech and VDOE, of course, they offer workshops and conferences, especially at Hotel Roanoke. They have some for content teachers, ELL teachers. There were just a couple this past fall on the SIOP method of teaching and collaboration with content teachers, so we sent content teacher to that as well. And then there are district resource guidance trainings that we do. Of course, we have teachers helping and teaching each other with our resources. We have, of course, publishers and different people who, from whom we buy our materials. They train us either in person or through webinars. And then, of course, we have the Elevation database, and you can see the emblems up there for WIDA and Elevation. That's our database where we house all of our information, our data on the students and their testing scores and things like that, and their accommodations and modifications, and content teachers access that as well. So we have a little bit of a training for the teachers.
Math, reading are the federal accountability areas, and so we're driven a lot by what the state initiatives and federal initiatives are. And my job is to make sure that we all are following those and we're using best practice with that, at the same time trying to keep reading very engaging with the students. So I spend a lot of time with in-state meetings and bringing that information out. And you guys can read my slide, and there's a spreadsheet that goes along with this. What I wanted to emphasize was that we spent a lot of time trying to do what we asked the teachers to do. We asked the teachers to meet the students where they are. And so I try to really meet the teachers where they are. They're on a continuum of understanding these things, and we try to differentiate. A lot of that has to do with the different modes of presentation. My favorite is going out to the schools and meeting with those teachers and doing those grade level things. But on the other end of the scale, we've built out on-demand modules, kind of like you would use YouTube to try to figure out something on real time. It's like, I really need to know how to, fix my lawnmower string that just broke. So they can go on and they can pick it then, because you can train sometimes in August and they don't get to it until October, and they don't remember how to do it, so they can do the online modules that way. So all the information's there. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Just to highlight one thing, so obviously the Virginia Literacy Act is a huge initiative coming out of VDOE right now. We've got some upcoming training. I actually chair the superintendent's region for Region 6, which goes from Allegheny County to Danville, and we were asked to put together a series of upcoming meetings. VDOE folks are going to be coming in, people like Mr. Legault, some principals, some of our reading specialists. We're all going to get together for each school district to continue to train on that. Then we can train other people. So this is a ongoing process and a lot of effort that goes into that for the English and writing aspect.
Thank you.
Kevin Bertram, I'm the supervisor of health, physical education, driver education. As you can see, most of our professional development falls into one of 5 categories. Of course, we have to stay in alignment with the standards of learning. So as you know, there's always legislation coming out that's going to add something to our curriculum. So even when we don't have brand new curriculum guide or brand new SOLs, we have stuff every year that gets added through legislation that we have to include in our curriculum. So a lot of that ends up needing PD. The second area up there is just talking about improved pedagogy. So that's more of our stuff that's not going to be content specific. And I talk to people all the time at these conferences that their divisions don't help them get there. It's all out of pocket through a training that we provided. And so that would be one example for that. The other things are if the teacher has an area of interest, whether that be content specific or if it just be about pedagogy in general, like behavior management or something like that, they can pick those areas that they maybe are interested in or need improvement in. And the last one, which is a lot of what we do, are about our resource offerings. So if we get new curriculums, if we add a new online resource or a new textbook, this year we have new textbooks and online resources. So in the fall, that was a lot of what we did at the beginning of the year, was to PD on that. That could also be bringing in content area experts, like if we added human trafficking. We always have substance abuse is always changing. So we bring in experts in those areas, and we give professional development on that quite a bit. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Heather Bosley. I'm the lead librarian for Roanoke County. Our PD starts at the beginning of the school year, where we go over any new policies, any reminders that they need, anything new in the library field. Then I offer monthly meetings where we might talk about book issues, we might have reminders, we might talk about anything that is new in the library field that we need to address or that I want everyone to know about. And then we also offer all of the librarians the opportunity to attend our state conference. That's in November. And then we have a regional conference through the same organization in March every year. And then I just share a lot of things online. There's lots of professional development online filmed for librarians through modules that I just will share. Usually that comes from the state organization, and I just pass that on.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bear, Supervisor of Mathematics. Mathematics professional development is centered around an approach that focuses on the healthy growth and development of our teachers. The three predominant areas used to create professional development opportunities for mathematics, they are as follows. The state level, Virginia Standards of Learning, we use the results from SOL tests and new information as it comes down from the state to us. For example, the newly adopted 2023 Standards of Learning that we will implement at the start of next school year. The second one is effective and evidence-based teaching practices, using these and bringing research-based best practices to our teachers. This can be in-person summer PD, it can be book studies, and also opportunities with our local colleges and universities to develop our teachers. At the district level, we provide resources and tools for the teaching and the learning of mathematics. This is generated from principal and teacher feedback and observations. This can include make and takes as resources for our teachers and other targeted opportunities.
What's a make and take?
Make and take is where teachers can come in, they can find a table for their grade band, they will find color copies of activities that can be laminated, cut, bagged, and ready to use the very next day.
Hello, my name is Rick Elliott. I'm the Supervisor of Music and Performing Arts for Roanoke County. Every year I ask the teachers what they would like to see in the form of PD, and regularly they tell me they'd like to share information, new techniques and give each other tips and tricks on how to teach different aspects of what they do, whether it be choral at the secondary or instrumental at the secondary. In the past, we've done things with elementary. We had one of our teachers give a seminar on how to play ukulele. All the teachers wanted to learn, and we gave all the classrooms ukuleles, and we gave everybody a lesson on how to teach that properly. Regularly, we have scheduled instrumentalists and professional musicians to come in and give a seminar to band directors, to give them refresher courses on how to play oboe or the French horn or flute or those kinds of things. And then, of course, all of our teachers are given the opportunities, including the theater arts, for fair and share, tips and tricks again, and to be able to go to state conferences.
All right, I am not Tammy Saul's science supervisor, but unfortunately Ms. Sauls could not be here tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and just talk briefly about some of the things she's done in her short time here. I know when she came on board, she really started digging in at the elementary level to some of the curriculum and some of the pacing they're doing. Got in the schools, got working with those teachers, has pulled groups of teachers together to go through that, to build out new pacing guides. She's now working at the middle school level to do the same thing, to create review packets for SOL testing, things that they really needed in the science department. She's also worked with them in terms of helping them understand the different software packages they have available to them through textbook providers and other things. And I'll also put a plug in. She's worked very hard on our science fair to help teachers understand what that should look like, how students need to put their projects together and stuff like that. And you guys will see that here in February. Towards the end of the month at Northside High School, we'll have our science fair that she runs. So she's done a really good job with that. The other thing, before I turn it over to social studies, I wanted to put a plug in for Mr. Legault. We didn't have a slide for this, but as you guys know, especially through COVID, we worked really hard to build out our online academy. We've got a lot of classes that we offer online at this point. How many individual student classes do we have this year?
A little under 1,800.
So we've got 1,800 student classes, so it's grown exponentially. To his credit, he realized we really haven't offered any professional development to them for best practice in online teaching. So Joe pulled them all together this fall over at the Salem Civic Center. We spent an entire day working with our online staff on online teaching best practice. So we wanted to throw that out there too. So, Schleicher Maloney.
So I'm Chrissy Schleicher Maloney. I'm the social studies supervisor.
A lot of our PD and social studies focuses on the standards of learning. We're actually in the process of getting new SOLs at this point, so we are revising our curriculum guides, our pacing, and making sure the resources that we use are aligned to those new standards. We also focus on assessment resources. This year we pulled together a group of teachers to make remediation modules for our high school SOL tested courses, and we're also in the process of making common assessments that teachers are able to use in their classrooms as well. As far as social studies specific pedagogy, we do offer summer book studies on topics that the teachers pick to further their learning, and then they can take that into their classrooms and use that with their students as well. We have some division initiatives in social studies. We talked a lot this year about different ways to deliver direct instruction in a social studies classroom. We launched a government service to learning initiative this year, and then we talked a lot about the grading policy and how that looks specific to social studies. We also have some division resources that we offer PD on. We have traveling trunks and primary source kits, and we make sure the teachers are informed about those, know how to access those, and know how to actually use those when they get those in front of their students. I listed some different conference opportunities, places we've historically sent our teachers to further their learning in social studies, and then I work individually with teachers on specific concerns that come up or on areas that they would like to grow in.
You also know Ms. Schleicher Maloney as our leader, facilitator, organizer of our Student Advisory Council. She puts a lot of hours working with that group.
I'm back. So I also have world language, and we do a lot of professional development that's based on the Virginia standards, of course, VDOE standards of learning, and ACTFL, and Pathway to Proficiency, and the levels and things like that for ACTFL. Curriculum development with pacing, of course, and the district resource guidance. That would just be our materials that we use if anybody, like the publisher, might have somebody, they come in as a good coach and who can train us on their materials. There is a state conference that teachers can go to called FLAVA, Foreign Language Association of Virginia. And then, of course, FLAVA also offers online PD opportunities monthly. The College Board AP workshops, of course, those are offered. And various opportunities are provided through different modern language departments of different institutions around the area, especially universities. And we have district workshops on world language related topics, including our own teachers who've created lots of PowerPoints and trainings to help each other. We have lots of really motivated world language teachers who like to help each other out. It's a collaborative effort, so great group.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It's back to me. Now I want to get your attention because this is the best part of the presentation because I have the best job in the county. So if y'all need to stand up, stand up. I know we've covered a lot of material and Dr. Nicely has my notes on my computer, so I bought my phone. No, it's absolutely fine. I just didn't want to miss anything. So PBIS is an approach that we've used since 2018 when I came on board in my job. Dr. Nicely said, I want to make sure we're all consistent, we're all in line with our Sea Change framework. And if you'll notice, PBIS meets all of those wills. We're talking about learning culture, we're talking about having a balance, not pushing people too hard, too fast, because that won't last. School climate, professional growth, and support services, because we work with all areas of the school. So with that, with PBIS, here's what it is in a nutshell. Explicitly, we prompt folks, we model, we practice, and we encourage positive, expected social behaviors. Because we all know in the real world, you've got to have appropriate social behavior to be successful in the world. Now, with PBIS, our schools teach our kids the positive behavior strategies just like they would if it's English, if it's math, if it's any of those other areas. We do the same thing. But the focus on PBIS is prevention. We're trying to get in there to prevent behaviors from occurring in the first place. What I do want you all to understand, PBIS isn't punishment. That's not what it is. It's all prevention. However, the most important thing, some people still aren't clear and there's misperception here. PBIS does not mean we don't give consequences to kids who misbehave. And so what is important to know is our teachers and our administration, they are expected to hold students accountable for their behavior when they are in violation of the Code of Conduct. So I look at the Code of Conduct, like I get the preventative part, it's policy 7.11. It outlines all of the pieces that we're required to do for an approach to deal with discipline in a proactive way. And I'm the proactive person, and I always say, Dr. Stegall, gets to be the reactive one with the consequences for behavior that might not be appropriate. So it's not that we don't give consequences, but we want to teach kids in advance how to behave. So with that, our professional learning is so much fun as well. We had zero money. If you'll notice, the budget has no line for PBIS, just in case you all need to work on that in the next few months. However, so what I did, knowing I didn't have money, I came from special ed and had a ton of money, and I had nothing. And so we originally received grant funding in the amount of about $135,000. So we pulled together, our national trainers come in the summer to offer our PD. But then what we do learning walks in all 27 schools. And for instance, if I'm going to do a learning walk in Leanne's school, I'm going to bring a group with me. Sometimes it's 2 people, sometimes it's 5 people. And so we get to go into all the schools to see what all the teachers are doing and all the staff members. And we don't just stop with teachers. We ask teachers, what are the expectations at this school? How do you reinforce that? We ask cafeteria workers. We ask substitute teachers. We ask everybody to make sure we all have common expectations so kids understand what's expected in the school. And I know you've heard a lot about conferences. We do attend state and national conferences, and at every national conference we've attended, we have staff who also presents there because Roanoke is an exemplar model school. And I don't know if you all know, during COVID, we actually had a group of our students who presented to teachers in California. They had not yet gone back to school, and our kids told them what they thought they should do as a teacher and should not do as their kids transition back. So it's we've gotten a lot of national recognition for that, and I know Brennan Metz on the school board always praise him. The other piece that I want to share is we do student voice activities. We go into the schools, we meet with a group of kids, and we're not meeting with kids who are best behaved. We're meeting with all kids, all groups, whether it's your ethnicity, whether it's your grade level, whether you're a girl, whether you're a boy. We want kids with lots of behavior problems, kids with a few, and we meet with them. With permission, I do video clips with them, and I interview them. And once we've done that, I share it with the principals so they can share it with their teachers, so they can hear what their kids really think. And our kids analyze data. We've done it with kindergartners up through 12th grade. I was a little bit nervous to go elementary. However, they are so profound. They always want swing sets, but they're so profound. So with that, I never get to see the fruits of that when I leave the building and leave the work with the kids. But I was at the Leadership Academy presenting a few weeks ago with Stephanie's group of new administrators and folks who aspire to be principals. And I was sharing some of our videos from Student Voice, and one of our new assistant principals said, when was that? When was that video done? I said, well, it was done a few years back. She said, oh, good, because we've already done all that. So everything the kids were able to share with their principals, who then share with their teachers, we've accomplished. So I think sometimes we can learn the most from our kids and asking who's impacted by our education. So I do have the best job. As you can tell, our focus areas, bullying, trauma, school safety, all of that connects. It's all stuff that's required, but we make it real life and good for kids. And that's all. Thank you.
I think I have a great job too. I'm just
You
saying.
do. You do.
But no, so obviously our department supports a unique set of kiddos. But we're blessed to work collaboratively with everybody that's come before us, because a special education student or a student with a disability is a general education student first. So everything that you've already heard applies to our students as well. But I gave you some rationale for why we do things a little bit differently or above and beyond. It's because our students have unique needs that go beyond that in the general curriculum. So we have to do a unique set of training for those students, and many of them are served in unique settings as well. So we have to train the service providers in those settings. We do have regulatory compliance that's unique and above and beyond that in the regular classroom. So we are constantly ensuring that our division remains in compliance with those matters. Recruitment and retention in special education remains a national crisis, and certainly a crisis in the Commonwealth. So we're really mindful to make sure that the professional development we have helps us attract new teachers and to keep them. So we want to make sure that they're proficient in their work. Obviously, the identification of students with disabilities is on the rise. And, you know, back to the retention recruitment, we tend to have a large new hire population in our department. So we're constantly doing lots of professional learning. So I just put a few of our things into kind of bucket categories for you. And then you'll see later all the individual things that we do when you look at that spreadsheet. But we have a pretty robust onboarding program for new people to Roanoke County in special education. We've been doing that for a few years. It's actually considered a model across the Commonwealth. We're asked a lot to share that with other divisions and the TTACs across the Commonwealth. We also onboard our new 504 facilitators. We have lots of specific preschool training that's required and regulatory because that's a unique little population in itself. We do professional learning with our school coordinators every month so that they can turn it back to the school level when they return. We have a new curriculum this year for our adaptive classrooms. So there's been a lot of training related to that this year. Related services, OT, PT, speech, and school psychologists all have regular and routine training. We do behavior coaches. We have those across the division and embedded in specific programs. So they have unique onboarding and monthly training as well. And like everybody else, we use a lot of modalities to do that professional learning, whether it's book studies or webinars or in-person or face-to-face. So similar to everybody else, kind of tap into everybody's learning style.
While Jeff clears his throat just in 2 sentences, tell him what TTAC is. That's a huge resource that's provided by
Yeah,
the state.
so that's a training and technical assistance it's a collaboration with many universities and the Virginia Department of Ed. It supports educators across the Commonwealth. They put on tons and tons of professional learning, but it's a goal. Their desire is to build the capacity of people working with unique populations in public ed.
Thank you.
Sure.
This is the last but not least.
This is it. So
All right.
Jeff Terry's been a rough night for technology. First we had the video calls dropping, and then Dr. Nice's computer decides to do an update.
We're going to have a conversation tomorrow.
So, Chuck said, Jeff, pull it together. Let's make it through the night. So that's what the goal is. But good news is we are the last slide of the professional development presentation. Just a quick reminder, our technology department consists of 2 teams. Information technology, or IT, that's more the infrastructure group, and our instructional technology resource teachers, or ITRTs. The school-based ITRTs are responsible for technology modeling and technology coaching with our teachers, but also creating and delivering professional development on the technology tools that we offer our staff. And these tools come from a lot of core partners like Instructure, Microsoft, EduPoint, Adobe, Promethean, Dell, and Cisco. And you've heard about a lot of tools from the other groups that's presented. Now this school year, some of the professional development provided by our ITRTs include instructional tools like Canvas, Learn Platform, ClassLink, Synergy, Active Panels, and Minecraft EDU. Also collaborative tools like Microsoft Office 365 and Adobe Creative Suites. And security tools like Raptor, Neptune Navigate, and Lightspeed. ITRTs use several delivery methods for PD, including large groups, small groups, one-on-one, new teacher onboarding, on-demand videos, and our summer PD series. Our teachers often receive licensure recertification points for attending the ITRT-led professional development. ITRTs also deliver professional development during planning time at the secondary level, encore time at the elementary level, during faculty meetings, planned PD days, and special school PD sessions like Technology Tuesdays and Team Up with Technology. So that's a quick overview of the Technology Department PD offerings. We do have a couple of ITRTs on hand here, one from the elementary level and one from secondary level. If you have any questions for any of us, we'd be glad to answer them. If not, I guess... Why
don't you introduce them real quick?
So we have James Edwards, Williamsburg Middle School, and Tina Coffey. She's got 3 schools she's responsible for at the elementary level: Oak Grove, Herman Horn, and Fort Lewis.
How's Canvas going?
I'll let you guys talk about Canvas.
Canvas is going well. I can speak to Williamsburg Middle, where we're doing it, but we all started with a very small pilot in the beginning, which by design, we started second on weeks.
Smart.
With 4 teachers at my school and 4 at every other secondary school. We've now gone to phase 2, which varies in numbers, but I have 16 more teachers in my school now using Canvas. So when you look at a student who has 5 or 6 teachers, almost every student is using Canvas in some way. We've had trains set up all the way throughout, and we're getting a lot of positive responses. We're currently, the secondary ITRTs are working on a survey to reach out to our teachers to not just get the anecdotal, I'm enjoying this, but actually get some data about how the training's gone, what they like about Canvas, what they don't, to help us drive our phase 3 of training, which will be our teachers that have not yet used it, but will be next fall.
I'm glad to hear Jamie speak because
Wondering why I was here. I know you were.
I was expecting you to get up here and give a speech. So he's Kevin Tuck's good friend. So, yes. So I'm gonna tell Kevin to come back and watch it.
Does he play golf like Kevin?
Not as well.
No, okay.
Unfortunately not.
Not many play as well as Kevin.
So as you all know, we've used Blackboard for our learning management system for many, many years, and that's has bought out, so we're transitioning to Canvas as our new learning management system. So I'm actually using that for the class I teach for VCU, so I've told Jeff I can help out with the training, so.
And the cool thing, some of the things you've told me, I've heard from the ITRTs that.
Oh, yeah,
some
the
of
integrations
tools that
with,
the
yeah.
integrations. Very nice.
Yep. All right, you good? Thank you. All right, so we're done with that. You've heard several mentions of the spreadsheet. So this is what everybody pulled together, and this is linked for you in Board Docs. So we're not going to go through this line by line, but just give you a piece. So like Mr. Williams on the assessment piece, for example, you can see list of the different professional development training specifically that he does, and then there's some links to some resources if you want to go check those out to see specifically. Same thing like with Dr. Stegall's on the administration. Some things are proprietary. So for example, if somebody wants to learn more about Raptor training, there are actual things that we buy. We can't just put out there publicly. We buy that. But if anybody wants to learn more about the Raptor company, what that's about, same thing with DCJS, you can check those things out. So I'm not going to go through tab by tab, but you have all that for you linked in Board Docs for each department. And if you keep scrolling through, I just want to thank our principals for doing the same thing. So all the schools are also listed there along the bottom. You can click on each of those tabs to see, what PD the principals are leading at their schools as well. So with that, entertain any questions you guys have.
I know that was a lot of work. Thank you very much. It was very informative.
Well, and we really, I appreciate you asking because we want to, leave no doubt about the great work these guys do. So hope we've done that.
Yeah, no real questions, but I do want to just thank our directors and principals and administrators here. I mean, I know we really don't have a very big central office staff, and to see all this information, I know I've heard many times, oh my goodness, another 3-hour early dismissal, or oh my goodness, another teacher work day. But next time I hear that, I'm going to say, go watch the February 1st work session and see what they're doing on those days for that professional development, because it really is impressive. So,
Yeah, and I
thank you.
completely agree with you. And those were some of the questions I was getting. What is this 3-hour about? And I thought, well, it's professional development. Well, what is that? Well, I'll let you know. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot that goes into
It's good to
being
arm
a
you with that
professional.
information.
And it's important for people to realize that you just don't go to work every day and just see what sticks. There's a lot of time and energy and effort that's put into it, and it shows.
Well, I'll just reiterate, thank everybody for being here that has presented and given us some really good information about what you're doing in each division to ensure that our folks are getting the proper PD they need for continued growth. Dr. Nicely, can we send everybody home that doesn't have to present anymore?
Absolutely.
Can they take some pizza?
Take a piece of pizza.
Take some pizza.
Stay with us.
Yeah, how
And Cheryl, don't let Tim give you grief for putting this on the agenda here, because it was good.
Okay, thank you, David. Want to say that again louder? See it? He wasn't falling asleep.
His eyes. I was watching.
Good to see you, Jeff. Hey, I'd really like to take.
We are going to send out a quiz after the meeting to test your knowledge. Absolutely.
Don't want to ask him about the middle one.
All right, item 4.07, proposed 2024 summer school calendars, Ms. Stephanie Hogan and Mr. Mike Riley.
All right, this time every year, we bring our summer plan to you guys. So what we've got in Board Docs is our summer school plan for the elementary, middle, and high schools. I'll briefly summarize the elementary and middle together because they really kind of mirror each other. If you look at the schedule there, we usually start a couple weeks after school's out, give teachers a little bit of a break. So right now, we plan on that running June 10th through the 27th. The 10th through the 27th. The one thing we do at the middle and elementary schools, with a few exceptions, is it's housed in the student's base school. So they'll go to their base school. It is for students who struggled. It's remedial in nature. At the elementary level, the kids will be there from 7:30 to noon. On those days, staff come a little before and a little after to help supervise. Runs Monday through Thursday. And again, it's focused on remediating students who have either struggled with classwork, like poor grades, or have struggled with SOL tests. So you guys are aware of the all-in work that we're doing after school, during school, before school. That rolls into this. We'll also be able to use Zern and Lexia, the state-funded programs, this summer with those students. So at the middle and elementary schools, we'll be doing that. We're excited to also let you guys know that the all-in funding will cover that, along with the transportation for those students. So students will have transportation to those programs. The elementary, it's door-to-door there and home. At the middle school level, students have to get to their base elementary school. It's really the only way we can make it work to get the elementary students there. So they'll drop off the elementary students at their elementary school, then they take the middle school students to their middle school. And then we take all of them home to their door. So like even the middle school students will take home after. Any questions about the elementary and middle? Because that's a very different program than the high school program. All right, if not, then the high school program is housed at Northside High School. There, we do provide transportation to those students, again, from the elementary schools. They're picked up with those middle school students. They're brought to Northside High School. That program runs much longer because these are students that are either retaking a class because they failed it or they did very poorly in it. It runs through Edgenuity, which is our online program that allows students to recover that learning. That's going to start June 3rd. We have to start early. We like to finish it before we hit July so we don't cross fiscal years. But this year, because of the way the calendar falls and needing to be off on June 19th, it will at least have a teacher work day and a student day in July. But we don't run through the 4th of July holiday, which is what we always try and do, because families really like to be out for that. We do run 2 sessions there. One goes from 8 to 11:45. The other goes from 12:15 to 4 o'clock. Students who are at both sessions then get a half hour for lunch. It also gives staff a half hour for lunch. We have SOL testing that occurs there because students are retaking classes. We will have end of course tests. As you guys know, we do now have final exams, so students will have to, in some cases, take final exams there depending on the class. We thought this year we were going to have to start charging again for that because that's not something that's reimbursed by the state because they do get credit for attending. But we will still have federal grant funds that will cover that again for at least one more summer for those students. And we also will be able to, like I said before, provide transportation, same way for the middle schoolers. We'll pick them up at their base elementary school, bring them to Northside High School, but then we'll take them home. Do you have any questions about the high school program? And what we'll ask is that, yes, sir.
Saying out this out loud, because I may not remember it wrong. Are they going to get lunch free too? What's the code to Northside?
Yes.
Yes. Point that out.
Yes. Yeah, they
Because
do.
the program's at Northside.
Because the
Northside's
program's at Northside, when they're enrolled in summer school, they're enrolled as a Northside student for that program. Because of that, because Northside is one of our secondary schools that gets free lunch, all the students that attend that program will get free breakfast and lunch.
Nice.
Yeah, so that works out well. Right. Correct. So like Northside Middle School, those students will also get lunch.
Is there a thought of leaving it that way, and not because of the free lunch, but just because it seems like it works out nice, doing it at the same school we read?
We switched to that. It's been about, that's something, one of the changes that I made
3 or 4 years
when I
ago.
came on is, of course, as you know, in the past, it was
Bounced
almost,
around.
I referred to it as the traveling circus.
Right.
Like literally, you'd when you bring the entire summer school in, there's office staff, there's equipment, there's all kinds of things that you would have to take into that school, distribute, you'd have to collect, bring it back over here, store. The nice thing, and I want to give a shout out to Miss Green, because she's been very gracious. And of course, we've tried to reciprocate that in giving her things that she needs when she needs them. But we've got a designated area over there now. We've got a designated office. We've got a designated entrance so that we don't have students and parents coming through North Side's offices. They come around the back, so all our parking's back there. So it really has been fantastic to have it in the same place every year. It really runs like clockwork now. So yes, we will have it at North Side
I
moving
just think
forward.
the fruition of keeping it kind of the same continuity, even if we had to rotate staff to
Right.
cover for it, whatever, but I think
Right.
That's easy to
it
get
is
to right
nice.
off the interstate.
Yeah.
No, it's
It's
worked
about
very
as central
well.
as we have,
Yep.
yeah.
So yes, sir, we've had it at North Side for the last 4 years now, and anticipate
Yeah.
moving forward
I
with
knew
that.
we'd done it about 3 or 4 years ago, but I think we did it because of COVID, and I didn't know if we were.
No, we
thinking about
actually did it,
keeping
we did it simply because in my opinion, it didn't make sense to keep moving it around. If we had a school that was willing to do it, again, we know we impose on them, you're there for a full month. But the nice thing about where Northside is, if you're familiar with their campus, we're down an E-hallway, so we kind of stay out of their way. They have the rest of the building to themselves, with the exception of our health and PE. If you guys have had students or know students who do that, we got a really robust summer health and PE program, and they'll utilize the gym and stuff like that for that program.
Good deal.
But then the only thing we'll ask is we'll have these 3 schedules on the consent agenda for you guys to approve at the actual meeting this month. Thank you.
Thank you. 4.08, request to reallocate ESSER pandemic grant funds for a bonus. Ms. Susan Peterson. Yes. Susan, do you need a second to set up?
Yeah, I'll need to get the cord from Dr. Nicely.
Recess.
I'm gonna eat.
Go ahead and resume, Susan.
All right, good evening. Before I get started, I'll let you know that I added this slide, and so when we get actually into the budget work session, the numbers that are on the screen will not match what you have by one, because I added this page since Chuck couldn't present up here. So for this item, we are requesting to reallocate the excess money from the pandemic grants. If you recall, we got a lot of grants and have spent it well, and have spent most of it. Staff went through and found right now about $875,000 of money that we don't expect to spend in a particular purpose right now, be it payroll lapse where we couldn't hire positions we wanted to hire, or change in direction of some funding items. So what we would like to do is, we do have the all-in plan that's helping to fund the continuing learning, so that's gonna help with our fiscal cliff at the end of all of the grants. We would like to go ahead and reallocate all of this money for a bonus for all of our current employees to show them a little bit of appreciation. It worked out to be about a $250 bonus right now, so not a huge amount, more kind of a token, but we would like to be able to make that change for them. What I would like to be able to do is go ahead and put this on for action item if y'all are agreeable to providing a bonus with the leftover money. And then we wouldn't calculate it until we get closer to end of year, because we'll have some continued movement in the lapse, whether it grows or shrinks a little bit. And I would want to make sure that we maximize, and if we can get any additional monies, put it into the bonus. And so what I would like to do is be able to analyze it at the end of May and then provide the bonus June 15th at that paycheck.
That's after taxes.
I can't remember what I said. Yes, $250 after taxes, approximately.
That's awesome. When would that go out?
June 15th is when I would like to be able to, because I would like more time for us to actually spend the grants down and then see how much we have.
Sounds great. Anything we can get to the teachers, I think is a good deal.
For action item?
That's not just teachers though, right?
This would be all staff.
Yeah.
Well, all staff, but especially our teachers.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Guys, I gotta run. See you soon.
See you, man. Item 4.09, 2024-2025 Annual Budget Work Session Number 1, Ms. Susan Peterson.
All right, so this is our first budget work session of the year. We're not here to make any decisions. We're just here to parlay the information to you. We like to break the presentations down into multiple sessions because it is a lot to take in, how we budget. First, I'd like to go over the budgeting process, kind of how it all fits together and all the different pieces we need to look at. We'll take a look at the governor's budget, dive into the enrollment, the local composite index, the estimates, and some major topics that the governor's got planned. We'll look at the replacement plans, which is our long-term planning, and take a first look at the requests from all of the departments. So starting with the budget process, I like to think of the budget as a big puzzle, but we're not putting together a puzzle full of pretty animals or hedgehogs or anything like that. We're actually putting together the financial outline of the education plan. So we want to really align where we're spending the money with the goals of the school division. In addition to that, after we adopt the budget, it is going to be our primary means of how we manage our expenditures. And we are required to do this by code. Specifically, the county has to adopt our budget, and we can't spend money until they adopt our budget. Once they do that, if we get additional monies, we can't spend that until we take it to them to adopt and approve in the ordinance. In addition, we cannot spend more money than what we take in. So we can't go into the hole. We do have some safe fails to keep us from that ever happening. And I don't know that I've ever seen it happen, so let's hope we continue on that path. So the budget process itself, you really need to think of it as kind of a circular process, because it's going on all the time. We're wrapping up one year, we're starting another year. Back in October, we started with the planning process. We started looking at the General Assembly budgets and looking at our school board budgets and the county's budgets and looking at their budgeting calendar. And I brought to the school board a calendar to adopt, and we adopted it. Now we're into the preparing stage where we're having budget meetings. We are collecting information, we're forecasting our expenditures, we're holding lots of meetings, and we're communicating what we are learning to everybody to keep them in the know. We will adopt between March and May. It'll start with the school board adopting at the last work session in March. Then it goes over to the Board of Supervisors. We will give a presentation in April, and then they will adopt the budget, and then they'll adopt the ordinance after 2 readings. That'll happen by the end of May. Then we will implement, so we will actually load the budget into the accounting system, and folks will start July 1st buying lots of stuff. And we will start at that point in time the whole new fiscal year and put reports on board docs like we continue to do. Then we have the evaluation. So at the time we're implementing the new system, we're really kind of evaluating last year's. So that begins with the audit process, with the auditors coming in, and they go to the schools, they come into central office, and the audit will last all the way through November. So it starts actually before July. They do interim work, and it starts earlier than that, and they continue on, and we issue the final report with their opinion, and they are created for a specific purpose. The best way to think about this, if you are non-accounting type person, is think of it as a bucket. So if I have a bucket set aside for nutrition, when I raise money selling meals, I put that money into a bucket. And if I want to pay someone, I take the money out of the same bucket. But I never dip in that bucket for, say, general fund items or for the grant fund items or for other funds. I only use one bucket for that purpose. The next slide, so in paper is really busy, but what I want to do is walk through, this is the 2024 budgets, the total amount that has been set aside for each of our funds. So this is what has been adopted. I'm going to talk from the bottom up because I want you to understand how big our general fund is, 194.1 million, and then how it interacts with our other funds. I would like to preface this with the general fund is the one fund that we have a year-end rollover agreement with the county that we split whatever is left over in that and give it to capital. All of the other funds actually get to keep their excess balances and use it in future years. And that's planned so that we can do long-term planning and make large purchases in the future, but it's not as hard of an impact because we can build up the cash balances to make those purchases. So starting at the bottom, the general fund will provide for the first 3 our replacement funds, which I'm going to go over their replacement plans later on. They actually support the majority of these operations through transfers. And we have done a very good job with the support of the school board of building these balances up. We went through a period during the pandemic where we wiped all this out to ensure that we could operate fully through that period. So we are now in the process of, there's a couple places we still need a little bit more money, and we're still working to do some catch up. The next 2, the grant fund and the nutrition fund, are self-sustaining. So they don't get any transfers from the general fund. Our student activity funds are the books at our schools. They do get allotments from central office. They do get reimbursements for items from central office. On the flip side, they pay for certain things to central office as well. So there's some money going back and forth. On a whole, though, a lot of their funds come from fees for student activities, donations, and other contributions. So then the bond fund, now we're getting into our capital funds. The bond fund only has the project that we set aside for bonds that the county issues for us. Oftentimes, whatever project is in the bond fund is also in either a major and or minor capital project. So these are 2 other cash-based project funds, and they are, like I said earlier, their balance is basically derived from prior year general fund excess balance, and we typically put half and half in major, we're required to put half in major, and then the other half we typically put in minor capital. When we talk major or minor, $500,000 is our limit, and so major would be anything over that, minor would be anything underneath that. The county does provide some support to both of those funds as well. And then the last group, the top ones, the general fund will pay premiums into them because there are insurance funds, and our employees will pay premiums for the insurances as well, for the health insurance and dental insurance. So that's kind of the relationship of how all of our different funds work. So the process of pulling together a budget is really a balancing act at the end of the day. We take all the money coming in, and first we look at the state money. The state has multiple categories. They have the standards of quality, categorical, lottery, all different types of categories that they give us. We get 3 different iterations of the state budget. The governor has already issued his, he does that in December. We'll have crossover, and we'll get the Senate and the House budgets after that. And then, and we were cautioned when we got the governor's tool, highly, highly cautioned. They added very specific language that to not adopt the governor's budget because it is a planning tool, and nothing is real until we get to the final General Assembly budget. I think that is some CYA language from prior years out for the DOE. The next set of money we get is from the county. This is based on a revenue sharing formula that has been in place for many years and went through a couple of different iterations. And we'll get that information at the next meeting. And then we also have some other monies, some federal funds that come in, some other fees, and some other miscellaneous type revenues. We also then balance this with the money going out. We look at staffing. So Mr. Bradshaw is getting ready to gear up his busy season with meeting all of the schools and determining how many positions each school needs. And he will align the number of positions that are required with SOQ requirements. We will look at wages, we'll look at the pay scales, determine if we can afford to give a step to everybody or if we can give a step and a shift in the pay scale. I'll remind you that we did adopt new pay scales at the last budget session, and these were developed by a pay compensation group that came in and helped to realign all of our teachers and our support staff and everything. So we do want to try and keep that relationship between all of the pay scales consistent. Current needs, we look at what we need for the schools and for our departments. They submit priority requests or department requests that become later will become priorities after they are vetted out by everybody. And we look at long term. So this is what we kind of start out looking at in this session: the capital plan, debt service, and replacement plans. Just to give you an idea of the left-hand side of that, the revenue, we get 53% of our money from the state, and we get 46% from the county of Roanoke. And the rest are, federal money makes up 1%. That's less than $1 million. That's not a lot of money. And most of that is made up of Medicare, Medicaid money, and E-rate funds is what is the balance of that. So then, and that was the general fund only, and this is also the general fund. This is the right-hand side of the screen, how we spend it. So just to visualize, as we're going through department requests, 79% of our dollars are going to compensation. And you can see of that amount, how much is wages, $112 million, a significant amount for VRS, health insurance and taxes, and just a small amount for dental. But then, the next amount, so that's $152.7 million for compensation and benefits. And then the other amount, which most of our departments fall under the darker tan of the $20.3 million. Transfers, the light tan, that's where we are giving money to other funds. So that's kind of like where we give money to the fleet replacement fund and all of that. I'll be talking about that later. And then we have some money that we turn back to the county of Roanoke. So they give us some, we give some back. So we'll dig right into the governor's budget. I feel like I'm talking very fast because I feel like everybody's tired tonight. So if I go too fast, let me know. We look at estimating our enrollment basically off of a grade level progression, and then we take a look at different kind of points of enrollment as well. To calculate the grade level progression, we look at kindergarten separately. We determine in kindergarten who's entering this year our kindergarten program and who was born 5 years ago. So we come up with a ratio, and we average that for 5 years, and we multiply that times the live birth rate for next year. So we'll be looking at 25, so go back 5 years. In 2020, that's what we will use as our gauge. I will say that in all of our calculations, typically we have more students coming into our school division than what is born. So that's the kindergarten side. And then on the grade level side from 1 to 12, and this is wrong in your book, so you might want to fix it. I think I have the year swapped. And it should be the 24 fifth graders divided by the 23 fourth graders will give me a ratio of how many students moved up to that next grade for that year swap, right? So that calculates a survivorship of the students in that year. And so what we've done for many years, we calculated that and looked at a 5-year average. I think right now the 5-year average is skewed because of the pandemic, and you'll see that in later slides. So I really wanted to run it for 2 years to see kind of, because that's where it lops off from being the huge decline from the pandemic. So this next page, I think it's 13 for you guys, this lays out from top to bottom the smallest enrollment number that we came up with all the way down to the largest enrollment number. So the first two are together, and that's where we did the 5-year grade level progression. We looked at it at the end of December. We get enrollment numbers at the end of every month, and we looked at it at the end of January. Averaging all of those out, we got 13,232. The calculator tool has 13,289. When we project out what we think the March 31, 2024 ADM will be, we've taken a ratio of the prior several years March ADM divided by fall enrollment, and that ended up giving us 1370. So we actually think we're going to be right in line with our budget at the end of the year, give or take a couple of students. Our current budget is 13,375. The actual December enrollment that came through was 13,375. So if you see a trend, we're really in the 13.7s, unlike the 5-grade progression in the VDOE calculator tool. When we ran the 2-year progression for December's and January, and we averaged those out, it was 13,386. The January enrollment was 13,986. Weldon Cooper did a study and published it on January 16th of this year, so kind of hot off the presses. And they project that our enrollment will be 13,412 next year. And so that's getting a little higher, and then we can see what the fall enrollment was. I will say it looks kind of funny where VDOE calculator fell, and I think that that's a little shorter than what it should be because they took a 0.4% reduction in enrollment statewide. And so I think, and that reduction is being driven by your Fairfaxes who are having large numbers of students leave Fairfax County, right? And so it's, they come up with a total number they estimate and they apply it to all the schools. So I think we're slightly slightly hurt by that. So I think that's why they're a little bit lower. So I would feel comfortable if we budgeted next year off of 13,375 and just left the budget the same as what it is this year. I think the numbers show that it makes sense that we would be about the same amount. I will forewarn you though, the Weldon Cooper report that came out did project it through 29, And this is the last good year we're going to have because they're projecting we're going to be down into the 13.2 range. So they're projecting 26 to be 13.260, just under 13.200 in 27, 13.204 in 28, and 13.235 in 29. And so I tell you that because as we are budgeting, we may want to be a little more cautious this year and not push the envelope as hard because we are going to have a reduction in revenue next year, if nothing else, if we do have a reduction in students.
Are those numbers in here?
No, but I can get them to you.
Bless you.
And if you want, I can send you the whole report, the Weldon Cooper report.
The 3024 number is in here, though.
I
See that?
The what?
It's a typo.
Just to put it in non-accountant terms, because I'm not, because she gives me all the real facts. Everybody remembers why the ADM is important. We haven't said that because if we guess too low, we leave money on the table. If we guess too high, we overspend our budget.
And that's when we end up in orange.
Yeah, I don't look good in orange.
We don't like that. Okay, so this is just another way to look at the chart so that you can have the historical trend. I won't beleaguer it. I'll let you take a look at that on your own. But it shows the numbers from the prior chart. Moving on to the local composite index, unless y'all have any, I mean, we can take a deeper dive. So this is the way the state calculates the local counties and local cities amount that they can afford to pay. I will say at the end of the day, they like to set a very specific, the state pays 55%, the localities pay 45%. So they, at the end of the day, they work towards that kind of a ratio. What goes into it, they use, for this next biennium, they're using the 2021 Department of Taxation property numbers, gross income numbers, and retail sales tax. I've got a huge formula in the next slide, but just understand that I've got the weighted. They put a different weight on the different type of criteria they are analyzing. They also divide each one of those by ADM, and they divide it by population for different parts of the calculation. They weigh the ADM piece a little more than what they weigh the population, which makes sense. So your local composite index is literally a factor of not just the income, but also your population going up and down and your student numbers going up and down. So this is the big long calculation. I tried to color code it so that you can understand. I won't beleaguer this, but if you have any questions with it, I can talk you through it later.
Best way to think of LCI is just that's the state's measurement of our ability to pay, the locality's ability to pay.
Mm-hmm. So I do like to put in trend analyses, and this right here shows our kind of neighbors and where their LCI sits and where our LCI sits. I'll talk about Roanoke County. We are declining 0.008, which is a very insignificant impact. In fact, it gives us about $115,000. So it's more. More. So it's just a teeny bit. When you look at these numbers, the state has a max cap where the max any locality has to contribute is a 0.8. So that's just I'm not sure why they have that, but they do have that. And I know everybody has heard in the news, Franklin County is an anomaly, and it does show up in here. My suspicion is it's extremely painful to see. It's painful to watch them go through what they're going through. But that is a factor of their ADM going down 8%, their population going down when state population is going up, and they have their income levels, their property levels are going up. So you're having wealthier people move into Franklin County to be at the lake and less students that are staying there going to school. And so I think that is just the economics that are surrounding them right now. It's very hard to watch. So when you drop in all the numbers in the calc tool, the far left-hand column, I show our current year budget, and then the next column shows the December caboose, and I'll come back to that. And then off to the right, we have next year's estimated budget for the governor's tool. I will say I was a little surprised to see a reduction in our income about the amount that we increased our revenue in with the caboose bill, because as you recall, the General Assembly didn't adopt a final budget until September, and we got a calc tool in September. Well, when they came out with the governor's tool after the governor's budget at the end of the year in December, they actually trued up sales taxes. The truing up of sales taxes is what most of our reduction in the general fund was, the $551,000. So this is not what I wanted to see, but I will say that we have enough right now in payroll lapse to cover that. We have a couple million in payroll lapse. And so I'm not raising my eyebrows like, oh no, we're in trouble, because we're not, because we have money to cover it, but it still isn't what I wanted to see. When we look at next year's budget, so your slides are set up so you can see the numbers at the top and then the information below. But just the general fund went up 5.5 million, instructional resources 237, the grant fund it went down 3.7 million, which is expected, and the nutrition fund went down a little bit. So in the general fund, they had a lot of movement. They took a lot of the hold harmless that were in a line separate and various other pieces, and they built it up into the basic aid. And however they restructured all of that with their technical adjustments and everything, we actually did pretty good. Talking with other directors around us, most people who had a less than 0.5 LCI ended up getting more money next year when we all kind of didn't think that was going to happen. Those who had a decreasing LCI seemed to lose revenue for the next year. And not just because of the LCI component, just overall with everything else as well. So everyone wants to hear about compensation. The governor did put into his budget a 1% bonus, one time only, for the 25 year. He did not put a raise in the 25 year. What he did do is put a 2% raise in the 26 year. So his raise of 2% would be effective July 1 of 2025. So a year and a half out is when that one goes into effect. Now, if we gave a 1% raise instead of a bonus, we would still get that bonus money. They would still fund that for us. I have a sneaky suspicion the last time the governor did something like this, the General Assembly came through and gave a raise. So I kind of suspect, if nothing else, the 1% will turn into a raise instead of just staying a bonus. But that's just me guessing. Another big change this year are VRS rates. So VRS, let me kind of step back and explain that a little bit, has 3 different plans. They have a Plan 1 and Plan 2, which is only a defined benefit plan, which means the benefit that you get at the end of your or when you start to retire, that's defined a certain way, and our contribution changes going into it. A defined contribution plan, on the flip side, means that the money we put into the plan is defined, and how much you make at the end when you retire is not defined. That changes, right? So they have the 3 plans. Plan 1 was very rich. Plan 2, they realized they couldn't afford, so they reduced it a little bit. And then after a couple of years, they realized, oh, well, we can't afford Plan 1 and Plan 2. Let's decide what come up with a hybrid plan. So Plan 1 and Plan 2 are only defined benefit. Plan 3 has defined benefit and defined contribution. And that I explain that because what has happened in the past is the rate that we have to pay, the percent of VRS that we pay in the past for the hybrid included the defined contribution. Going forward, they're breaking that apart, and the rate that they publish will only be for the defined benefit portion. And so for all 3 plans, the rate that they publish will be the defined benefit. Now, in the hybrid plan, we will be required to match the defined contribution by at least 1%, and then up to 3.5%, so a 2.5% addition. And that is dependent on our employees contributing. So if you have a employee who maxes out their own contribution, they will get the 3.5% match from us. If you have an employee who only gives 1%, we will match 1%. This is going to be hard to budget, and so my recommendation is to budget all, and then we have a little bit of lapse. But we're going to calculate how much that's going to look like, because I would not want to budget too little on that. I know that was a long explanation and really in the weeds, but I think that was kind of important to explain. The grant fund went down because we got the All in Virginia money of over $4 million, and that was one-time money that will carry over from year to year. And then a couple other programs are going up. So moving into our replacement plans, and I will be speedy through these, but the first one I do want to walk through how this plan works. So let me get my little pointer. So for all of these plans, you've got however many years the plan is. This is a 7-year plan, so you've got 7 years out. The first year will be our budget that we adopt for next year. And then all the rest of the years, I mean, they're subject to change. They're forecasted. They're estimated. We start at the top with funding sources. So we recognize whatever funding will directly go into that plan. Most of it you're going to see is going to be general fund transfers. And then the next section is where I work with the different directors. They will let us know what they need and when they need it. And we will plan out the transfer from the general fund so that we cover at like all of the needs. So then you come down to the bottom, and that's your kind of your funding balance. So what you do is you take your money coming in, your money going out, whatever you start your balance with, and this bottom line, the goal is for that to always be positive. And if that's not positive, then we're not going to be able to afford something in years out. So that's kind of how all the plans are laid out. This first one is the textbook adoption plan. It is 7 years because we align it with the VDOE textbook adoption plan. We fully funded this up to $1 million last year, and we don't think that there's going to be any need to change that transfer going forward. The way that we have laid out the spending, we've got enough sitting there to be able to, between the state funding and the transfer from the general fund, to be able to afford the materials that they need in 25 and forward. I will say that there is a local match from VDOE, and that amount is $778,000. With our transfer from the general fund, we more than meet that. So we do want to keep, I have next year pulling about $225,000 out. We'll have to look at that next year to make sure we're still meeting that local match. But I think we can even pull down a little bit and kind of have a lower transfer in. So the fleet replacement fund, with this, this is the one where I had referenced earlier that we were slightly behind in our purchases. So as of this year with, you kind of confused me, Chuck. We are about 30 buses behind schedule that are older than 15 years. And so what you'll see on here, when you look at the bus line, we really have loaded up the front end as much as possible, our regular education buses. Our special education buses are right on target. All of them are exactly where they need to be. The next section are other vehicles, and we've kind of laid them out to where we can afford them right now. So we would like to increase this transfer by $225,000 to get it to a flat $2 million, and then we would not need to move any more funds into this plan in the foreseeable future. The next plan is the technology replacement plan. This is where Mr. Terry leases all of our equipment, the networking, and everything that we need to run our school divisions. So with this plan, we are looking, big notes, this is a 6-year plan only because, technology changes so frequently. But one thing to pay attention to when you hit out here in 2028 and 2029, our lease for computers is going up. And that's because we got so much money from the pandemic. One of the first things we did was purchase all those computers for the elementary school students to be able to take home. Now, it's not in the plan to take them home, like that was never, once we got back in, but this is what it's gonna cost to continue having those resources in our elementary schools and in all of our schools. So to keep this going on, we would like to put $298,261 into this plan. All right, moving to CMP. I will not beleaguer this. We've laid out all the uses of how we're going to spend the CMP. And I did mention last year that we would like to increase this one by $250,000 every year for as long as we can, because Mr. Cagle is always needing more money to do more, and I think he could spend all night making the argument. The CIP, this really, the only thing that changed is we moved it out 1 year. It did nothing else change. We didn't change any of the numbers. The costing was still accurate, and it's going to be a little while before we do another project, because all the 3 projects that we're working on right now are shown here, and then it's not until 2030 that we'll build up enough money to work on the next project. So in summary, for the replacement plans, you can see what we have on here: 225 for the fleet, 298, 261 for technology, 250 for CMP, and then that last item, $530,000 is a required contribution that we worked out with the MOU last year with the county so that we could get all the funding that we wanted and increase the plan to a 2020, and that $530,000 contribution will be an add every single year. So we will need to increase our operating budget to give them the funds back by that every single year for as long as I can. I know, not as long as I live, but as long as I can, as long as I may be in this job. So we'll go into department requests next. I will say that anything on the slides that are in blue are items that are facing a fiscal cliff from the pandemic and would go away if we don't build them into, there are operations that are currently in place and they will cease if we don't build them into the budget.
I don't know for those, if y'all want to glance through and see if you have anything that Jim showed questions about, because we're not making decisions this evening, or, unless you want her to go through, page by page, she's happy to do that. But you want, this is really for you to digest and start thinking about. Again, what Susan said is, these are requests. These are not something that we're recommending or endorsing at this point. Not to say they're not important, but when push comes to shove, the slides she just presented on those transfer increases. So, let's say in a magical world we got the governor's budget and an increase in some million dollars. That 1.3, that's the stuff that starts whittling off. In addition to any other fixed increases we have and everything else. What's it cost to give a 1% increase to staff? Was it? That's not $1.5 million. Anyway.
It's
Okay,
close to
$1.5 million.
$1.5
But anyway, just kind of put it in perspective as we start thinking next month about, what that number is, and then the General Assembly does what they're going to do. You can kind of see where this gets really tough really quickly in terms of figuring out how to, stretch things in the face of trying to keep up with our neighbors with compensation and everything else. So, well, if that's okay, we can leave it at that. You can kind of peruse if there's something that as you read through, if there's something you have questions about. Just give me a call and help you to explain what that's about and so forth. So,
Can I mention one thing?
Yep.
So on the finance slide, if you go to page 38, I do have in there increase in summer nutrition managers, and I forgot to mention that I needed this for the summer, Dr. Nicely, so I apologize for not giving you a heads notice. When we were in the pandemic, we provided an incentive, an extra $5 for teachers to come teach in summer school, and we extended that to our bus drivers, and we extended that to our nutrition workers. We built it into the budget for the other positions, but we didn't do it for the cafeteria workers. So we would like to build that $5 into the pay plan for their summer work when they come in, to entice them to come in and work our summer programs. We would like to do that this summer under the current pay plan, so, sorry, Mr. Bradshaw, I didn't give you the heads up on this either. There's a lot going on, but that's what we would like to do, and I would like to bring that back to you guys for action item at the next meeting. But then it kind of leads into, it'll be there for the following year as well. So, sorry. And then, what's next? Y'all have the calendar on your back, so I'm sorry. We're good to go.
We're crossing our fingers or crossover, we'll get some resolution and actually get a state budget this time.
Thank you, Susan.
We hope.
That's a lot of work, putting all that together for your staff. Thank you, everybody, for being here and presenting tonight. And does anybody have anything? Meeting adjourned.